Okay, now that people can actually hear and see, hey, I am here to do emotes today. Yeah. Which gave us a lot more emote slots. Like 5 extra animated slots, and I'm like, God damn it. I've got that many emotes to do already. I didn't need to try and come up with like 5 new animated. Plus there's another 10 for affiliate, not affiliate, for partner. So I got to think about those. Because even if I don't get partner, I need to think about them in advance. It's easy for some people. For me, I have to do my emotes myself. Because that's what I've been doing all this time. I do have a list. I have a nice big Excel spreadsheet. Hang on. I can pop that on screen for a sec. Do this, and then quickly that. Nope. That one. Yeah, as you can see, nice big spreadsheet. So yeah, I have that as a reference to like what emotes I plan to do. So I'm going to try and do a couple of them today and see how we go. So I'm going to try and do like some of the animated ones first so that we have at least some of those slots filled in, because we've only got, I think we got 3. One I need to replace at some point because dance is, it's goofy, but it's, well, hang on. I'll put it in the chat so people can see. Like, I don't know if I feel happy with it anymore and whether I should, like, redo it with the 8-bit style. Because we do have, not 8-bit, that is 8-bit. With retro, which is this emote. Actually, I should have retro in the things here, shouldn't I? Nope. No, of course I don't. Because retro was pulled from something else. Retro was from the freaking alerts. He's from the donation alerts. That's where he's from. Yes, I do have an alert for donations, but you can't donate. I've disabled the link. Or I should say, I haven't put the link anywhere so no one can do it. Actually, I can play that alert because I've got it. No, no, I can't play the alert because that's not what I've got hotkeyed. What I got hotkeyed is the this. Ow! Because I couldn't link it. Ow! I couldn't link it up to the alert because of how I got things set up. So I just got set up as a hotkey. Which means that when I actually get round to like doing donations, or when I feel comfortable letting people donate, I have to hit the hotkey. Thankfully, I know the cue for it, so I set it up with an audio cue, so I have at least a little bit of leeway. It'll make sense when you actually hear the audio for it at some point. But yeah. Let's actually get into doing something so that I'm not just here talking. Okay, so the first one I want to do is, I've got two simple animated ones that I can do. So I can do arrive and leave. And I want to really quickly copy that. Actually, layer. So we'll go here, paste in place. We will lock that layer and add a new layer. So for those who are wondering, because it's probably not too easy to see, this buffer here is just like a barrier, so it lets me know where the edge of the edge is. So if I like go over this side, so it's a bit easier. So yeah. So you can see here the XY coordinates of it. So that's pointing to its leftmost point. So that is 0, 0. And this one is 5, 5. So it's basically a 5 pixel buffer, because I like to put a little bit of border around my animatics. So this just creates like that buffer zone. So the two I want to try and do first is arrive and leave. So everyone knows people arrive and people leave. Hang on, I'll put them in the chat so that people can see what ones I'm leaving, referencing. So there they are. So they're not a looping one in the traditional sense, they're just an animation. But I should be able to create that easily with the gremlinoid, or gremlin, which is what I've been using for emotes. So first off, I need to change my line color. It's the wrong one. And we'll do no fill for the moment. So I want to start things off with getting the nice big circle. That line thickness is wrong, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's a sketch layer. I should break down how I do emotes. So, first you have the sketch layer. So, I don't actually have like a proper full sketch for this emote, but I sketched out where the hand was, because I had the, where is it? The card made up first for reverse, then sketched out where the hand was, and then built everything on top. And then there's the shader. Oh, that's the final line. Yeah, because of how the shading works, I need to put a line over the top, the line work over the top of it again. And that's how we make the emote, or how I make them. And the finished product is, I could put it in the chat, but I'm just going to drag it on the screen real quick, is this. You'll notice, if I layer it over the top real quick, that it's got an outline. That outlining is, basically I do that in Photoshop. So most of the work's done in Flash. In Photoshop, I just use the stroke tool in blend options to just do a quick outline of it. Doing it that way means I know that the line is evenly weighted. I'll just save that quickly, and we go over here. So now that I know that that line's the wrong size, we'll increase it. So this is his final / starting position for arrive and leave. So that's our center point, the red line, the red point. So that means that we want the face to be there, typically. Like, I'll show with 4. Like you can see with most of them, I've tried to keep the gremlinoids face to the mostly to the center. That one's probably a bit harder to notice because that, there. So I'll zoom in a little bit more. So you can see I've put the gremlinoid in the center. Which frame is that one? That one doesn't have a sketch frame. Oh, because I got the colors because I was yeah. There's good old art, which is missing this layer. God, I need to actually talk about this one. This one's a pain in the neck. So, again, I'll drag the finished one in. So you can see the outlining on it. That was a pain in the neck. I needed to paste the layers in separately into Photoshop in order to get them to layer. Because it's like, I don't want the shading to get an outline, but I need the paint to get an outline, but I don't want to give it the black outline because it's in the background. So I needed to paste the layers back in differently. And as a result, we got this. There was originally a... Hang on, I should have it in the retired, actually. I kept the old versions. So, this is the original version of art. As you can see, you'll notice the few differences. The hand and the paint color. And while version 3 has the outline, the next version that I made is also with the red. And as you'll see, it's not like the hard red, it's more of an off red, so that it stands out against the gremlin's red dome. But I went with the green ultimately for a couple of reasons. One, yes, the meme is like, it's holding the paintbrush like a knife. It is supposed to be threatening in that sense, which is why I went with red originally. But the blood reference is a little bit risque with Twitch's TOS, because it does come off as threatening, which might flag it, might not. But the other reason, the green contrasts better. So I went with the green ultimately because even though the red is funny and everything, the green stands out better. So yeah. God, the Kappa remote. I had to trace the freaking Kappa remote in order to get that one done. That was a pain. DK, again, I raised it up in order to have the feet in frame. And then we've got Panic, which is an old one. Do I have the original Panic, actually? Where is it? Besides the version 4 emotes, where is the version 1? So I didn't have a version 1 of Luck. Here's the original. My God. I forgot I still had these. I keep everything. Here's the original. Oh god, I forgot how small it is. I'll have to drag it up. Yeah, there's the original. You can see what the gremlin looked like originally. And you'll see the start of the cloud thing. It's like a basic idea of what it was. Do I have a version 2 of it? There it is. There's version 2. Still has the friggin' bolt in its head, but we now have the clouds looking more like a skull. And did I have art? Oh, I did have art in that one. God. This is the old art. More wholesome. God, I went weird. So this is Gremlin version 2. So you'll notice still looks a bit too icon like another icon. Yeah. I don't have a version 3 of that emote because we went straight to version 4. So yeah, that is the life cycle of one of the older emotes that we've had, Panic. I do like this version better. Do I have like the final version right here? Yeah. So you'll notice that while in the prior version, the clouds were partially transparent, this one, I've removed the transparency. Most of that is because, like, semi-transparent emotes look very weird in the chat. Because they take being partially transparent, they take whatever's underneath them and add it to the color. So it can kind of make the color off-put a little weird. And I put the skull the right way up this time. It definitely has like the ominous feel to it, which was what the goal was, but yeah. You'll also notice Panic's probably one of the few exceptions where there's nothing centered. It's more a versus through thing. Part of that is to make sure the gremlin looks small in comparison. Then we got Luck. This one was a pain. This one was actually a pain to design because it's like getting that clover up here, right? Oh my god. That damn thing was a nightmare. And then getting the text to like be spaced correctly, getting that like angle proportion and everything. It was painful. It's a good emote. It works well because red, green, and the blue that I use contrast well together, and so they stand out. So the clover is like when you see it in chat. Like you can very easily tell the clover's shape as you see in the little chat there. So it stands out. It has unique form. And then you got Zap. Zapper is my attempt at getting away with a gun emote. To be fair, it is a light gun. It doesn't actually fire bullets. And the 89 was my weapon of choice in the original Splatoon. So yeah, that's kind of the reference there. I don't play shooter games much, but it is a funny emote. I wanted to make it. And then we got what I've been calling the LOL emote. It's really based on a Mega LOL, but yeah. And then this little thing that I made a while back. The fighting polygon team. Polygon ass. And then the only other one that I've got there is reverse. You may notice that a few emotes are missing. in this lineup. Like, if I unhide the sketch layer, Yoshi's not there. But, as you may have noticed in the emotes, and if I drag him in here, we do have it. There's the final. Where is the sketch? Why isn't it in the save file? The file corrupted. Well, not corrupted, but like save data was lost. I still have the finished product, but the original like work on it and everything is gone. So that's a shame. But yeah. This one actually turned out really well, funnily enough. But you can see like the difference between the original sketch and like I've reproportioned everything. But yeah, like I lost a few, like we lost Yoshi, Egg, I lost the stuff for Boo. Or I think it's called Haunt actually. Hang on, let me double check, because it is here in the... Yeah, it is Haunt. So we lost Haunt. Never did anything with that one. Paper. I know I have paper somewhere, but it's not in the normal. Wait, actually... I lost paper completely. My god, I lost... I swear paper was finished. Am I losing my mind? I could be losing my mind. I think I'm losing my mind. No! I never finished paper. Because paper was originally a... I'm mixing it up. So, what is it? Sub badges. I'm mixing it up with this one, which is the level, the 1 month sub badge is paper. You know what? Actually, I could bang out paper really quickly right now if I wanted to. We might actually do that before we get into arrive and leave. This is a bit of a warm-up. Because paper's easy enough. I might leave that on the screen there, so that I've got my reference. It's a keyframe there. It's a keyframe there. Never got that one done. 07. We have that one. Yeah. Yeah, we got 07. The classic salute, but I did it to underpants because that was funny. I think I actually changed the pattern on the pants, didn't I? No, it's loosely the same. Here's the actual finished one there. I might put you just there for the moment. Error, which hasn't gone anywhere. Chill, potato, easy. That one I'd been working on, I had like to redo the sketch because it was unbalanced. Bless. Yeah. So back to paper. I want. Nice big circle. I might do some sketching first. Let's see. What brush? The finger pointing up, I'm not sure on. Oh god, it's in outline mode. Oh, that's not even the right... I'm all over the place because I've got 3 monitors set up. I've got flashover on one monitor over the side there, and then like streams in the center. It's just how I have things set up. It's just how I set things up. I should put myself more on the corner, realistically. Like, I should technically be down here, but we don't need the extra space in the corner. God, I need a heat of energy. Ugh. God, my model does not track my head movements too accurately. I think it's because it might be the camera? I don't know. It might just be that I move too fast for the model to like catch the movements up and there's like a time delay or something. I don't know. But like, like that probably freaks my model out, but that is me just shaking my head. Oh yeah. I saw the time delay. I don't know how to like get around that sort of issue, to be honest. It's more a stuff on my end on part with the capture and everything, which I'll have to look into. I keep saying that. Seriously, like getting this body to puppeteer properly is not easy. Back to making a mess. Okay, so we have the antenna, the little bolt thing on it. I'll fix that up later. His head should be here. And I've made it too small. I can already tell that now. Well, it's nice being able to do this with the sketch pad. Finally, like, got it set up properly that it works on one monitor. Been one of the biggest frustrations for me. I'm not sure that's right. Hang on. It is mostly circular. Make sure that I got it in the right mode because it wants to rotate it. I think about that big. And then we line her up. Sketch. And then I can get rid of the sketch line. Get that. Brush again. I think with that, actually, I can get rid of the reference layer. Hang on. Hide, I should say. Mm, something looks wrong. Hang on. Maybe it's where I've lined the... Rotate that a bit. That works. Now the problem. What to do with the arms and legs? Hmm. My model's freaking out thinking my mouth is open. I swear this model is like overly sensitive sometimes and not others. I don't know. Okay. So right now, I don't have a pose. And with how high it is, or small it is, I'm going to have to put legs in. I don't want to have to put legs in. I like to avoid that. Plus, it's going to be, like, very small, so I might do myself a favor and make it bigger. Ah, I should be using, like, paper bob on as a reference. Hang on. Ah, nope, that... I just want the image. Never mind. Okay, they do have, like, internal shading on them for the metal surface. Is that all bubbles? Huh. Well, that's something I didn't know. Okay. Where did my timeline go? God damn it. Okay. Paints. Go back to the draw layer. So paper typically simplifies. So if I look back at the reference, I took out the stalks, didn't I? No, I kept them in. Okay. It is so warm. And God, it's warm. I think that and just sleeping in regularly has been like really screwing with things for me. Maybe that stalk's too big. Proceeds to make it just as big as before. Damn it. I guess this is part of the reason why I don't typically do art streams. I'm not... I don't focus well. At least, like, not on... Not when I'm drawing. I tend to, like, do a lot of my drawing and stuff in the background and listen and watch other things, so it's kind of easy to get distracted by everything around me. At least some people will be enjoying things because, yeah, me showing off a lot of, like, old art, not necessarily old, but, like, artsy stuff that I've done. Around here. And that way it should be visible. I think I've made that too shallow. The other one. I think I put the first one too close. Yeah, that's better. So that's him in position. Then... I made that arm too short. This arm's not that long. Well, it's long enough. Like, there should be one there. You've got one there. And then there's another link technically on it. So it should go out like that. Now it just looks weird because everything's easy fix. Grab everything. And just rotate it a little. 1, 2, 3, 4. There should be 5 segments. Aren't there? Hang on. Yeah. I always have 5 segments. So I've got 4 there, so I'm missing a segment. God, I'm gonna do myself a favor and clean that thing off. This is why you lock layers, because erasing erases everything, including the stuff underneath. Ah, no, I don't like that mouth. Just a simple smile works best. I need to double check. What direction are the fangs in? That direction. Wait, is that right? That doesn't seem right. Hang on, hang on. No, they're the other way. Because the gremlinoid has them the opposite direction to me. It was always the rule. Which is why things got very confusing for a while, because it's like, mine were one way, the gremlinoids were the other, then mine got flipped, and so I had to flip the gremlins, and then they flipped again. It got very confusing. You know, actually, it looks better without them. Well, I mean, it is the paper version, so it doesn't matter if I'm 100% accurate or not. Now I'm just going to work out its arms. Okay, well, that's our center line, so I've got here, here, should go down to here, come up back up to here. That one will go down to here and come back up, so it will be off. Okay, so that's where arm is, and the other arm should be here. There. Considering how far up the screen he is, he should have his leg. Actually, Paper Mario doesn't have... Wait, I need to look at Paper Mario. Yeah, Paper Mario doesn't have legs. He just has feet at the bottom. Same with Paper Luigi. So, the Gremlinoid shouldn't have legs either. Okay, that was something worth checking. Doesn't have legs. He's just got his feet. Couldn't see my tool. Man, now I'm trying to think. The Gremlinoid's feet is that funny freaking shape. Hang on. Paper characters stand always slightly side-offish and their feet always face in one direction, so... should be... like so. And feet around, have a round top. Come down, out like so. Then since they're off, slight angle, do that. Round, the ankle guard, come back up like so. And the foot bit comes down, come around like this. And then back up to the ankle guard. It's not a close shape, but you'd have one sitting like that, and then a second one off like that. That does not look right. Hang on. Maybe it's too small for the body. Now we're looking at the bottom again. History. The bottom. Okay, so for the I think that's the problem. I've gone too much detail. Bob-ombs pretty much just have like an oval shape, and Mario has like the cuff of his boot. So I've gone for too much detail on it. That's probably the issue. Brush. So what I actually need to do is follow their example and go for a simple foot. And then just do the cut in it like so. Match the style. Bob-omb feet, both of them are just at the same width, so if I go back here, size it up so that it is like that, angle it a little. Like so. Maybe put it. Now what? I should be angling to where I think the leg should be. That looks wrong still. Maybe if I flip it. No. Maybe I'm setting them too high. Dang it. Something looks wrong. I forgot I locked that layer. Maybe if I look up a paper toad real quick. Mm. There's a good example. When they have them, they do have front-facing feet sometimes. So if I make sure I'm on the right layer, pen's around the wrong way. Okay, so let's try just removing that shoe for the moment and putting this one in. He still looks lopsided. I think it's because this shoe's actually too big now that I look at it. Hang on. Brush. And then let's shave off a little of the front. And this side can definitely afford to go up a little higher. Hmm. Something still looks odd about it. I'm not quite sure what it is. It's a very neutral pose too, which I'm not too happy on. But that's the thing. Paper models don't seem to bend their arms too often. They're mostly straight. So I need to take that into account. And I think that... Hang on. Yeah. Just tweak things little by little on the sketch layer just to try and line them up the way you think they should. That's looking better. And then it's just the hands, which I hate doing hands. Save. Oh, it's warm. Annoyingly so. Good stretch. I'm going to see the cooling still on. Hang on. Give me a sec. Yeah, it turned off. I set it to turn off, so that's on me. But yeah. Okay, let's get back to this. Hands. Hands are usually simplified in this style into like the fingers are fused together in the thumb, aren't they? I think Mario's an exception. Hang on. Mario's sprite. Clenched fists, they're fused together. When he's shocked or surprised or opens his hand, they open up. And that seems to be the case for most characters that have complex hands. When they're closed, they are fused into a formless shape. But when they're doing something, like holding on to something and such, they form fingers. Okay. Subtlety. Subtle difference. So if I have the hands open, I'm looking at... dang it. I'm looking at something like this. If I have them open. If I have them closed, then it'll be more this shape. Hey, Arisu. That I'm working in? No. This is Flash. This is my program of choice. I am working on emotes, so I'm doing the sketch app one at the moment. Whoop. Didn't grab it. So that would sit on it like that. Paste. Horizontally. No, that doesn't work because the hand's facing the wrong direction. I just realized, even though that hand's the right size, it sits too low because that is the ground line, so that's on the ground. I need to make the arm shorter. That'll work. Ugh. So yeah, this is Flash. It's an old program. You can't get it anymore. But it's my preferred one because I can do animatics in it. In fact, it's what I use for everything. So, I made my overlay in Flash. I made my alerts in Flash. I did everything in it. Pretty much. Actually, you know what? I might just actually go showing the overlays. Hang on. Let me go find them. Let's see. Overlays. 7-1-5-1. So this is the most recent version of it. Go. Put that away. All right. That's just on the thing. Hey, cat. Yeah, I am. So yeah, this is how I make overlays. This is Flash still. So as you can see, like, there's all the different, like, overlays that I have. And then the blank. So my trickery on them is this is always the base image. And I just have a, this layer here, which if I unlock it and go back over them, is a mask. So it just hides the rest of it. And then I build on top. And the way I work out the mask, so I'll go to, this should be the DS view if I remember correctly. So if I go here and turn the mask back on, so I need to lock that layer. There we go. That's how I work them out. I arrange things on OBS first, take a screenshot, and then cut it out. Or at least that's the way I used to do it. Now I work out what the measurements of the screen are, and then do pixel measurements to then work out my cutouts. And then I do if I hide that layer, I do a shadow over the top. So I'll just show how I do that as well. It's literally just black, grey, and white line areas. Turn it into a symbol and alpha it over the top to make it look that three-dimensional, like, slope in on them. That's how I do my overlays, and it's all in Flash. I don't need to save that. So yeah, that's what I use the program for, is just doing all my art stuff. It's kind of hilarious. Oh, it is actually annoyingly warm. Oh, God, is it my computer? Hang on. I want to check the side of it just in case it's starting to heat up. It's not that bad. Now my computer's not warm, it's just me. I'm overheating. Also, Kat, I did manage to get Disciples too, so I will be doing that at some point. If you're still lurking about there. Ugh. I could make the body smaller. Hang on. That player's locked. That works better. I then pull the feet in a little bit. Grab that one and pull it in. Grab the other arm and pull that one in. I can also pull it up a little bit more. And then rotate that a little bit that I need to, and then pop it on the side there. And then you need to come across a bit more so that you're centered. Then I can grab the whole thing. I can shrink it a little bit so I can bring it back from the top. And there. Yeah, this process is a lot of fiddly stuff. I actually don't need that other foot anymore, so I can get rid of that. So yeah, Flash is pretty much just what I do everything in. It's very useful because of the features that it has, and I've just gotten very used to it. I've been using it for, I feel like, a bit over a decade. It's an old program. Doesn't get any updates anymore. As people probably know, Flash is discontinued. It's abandonware. Ugh. Ugh, streaming when it's warm is a pain. It's so hard to focus. I just wanted to... I hate summer. I really, really do hate summer. It's so warm, and there's only so much you can, like, do to cool off. At least in winter, when it's cold, you can put more clothes on. When it's summer, there's only so much flesh you can strip off before you... That sounds weird. Whatever. Let's finish outlining this one. So, okay. When did it change to red? I don't remember doing that. That works. And then I just need to round that edge off. Just so that it looks right. If I shrink it a little more, I could get it in frame properly. I don't know whether that's a good idea or not. Ah! If I grab just the arm and pull it up to cross, up one more. Actually, it should be up here by where I placed that arm. Okay, how much do I need to shrink him in order to get him in frame properly? There. I forgot I locked the orb. Yeah, that's the problem. You see all this blank space up here? That is wasted area. I can't really afford to do that. Okay, let's try and get just most of the hands in. In fact, let's get most of one hand in the frame. If I put it here so that it's behind that foot, and then grab the eraser tool, and we can get rid of the lines that are behind the shoe, technically. And those lines there. And then grab everything again. And that deals with the hand issue. And then I just need to do something about the antenna. I can just put it more in frame. And just shave away at that until we get a nice line. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. And just put this line in here. Little domes. There. Took a bit of work, but we got it done. Now, I already looked at how the paper ones shade with paper bombs. And I'll go back to them real quick just to double look at that. Because I'm pretty sure... Okay, they have some basic shading on their feet. There is some shading on the other part. If I look at Mario... Mario himself has barely any shading on him from that image. There's no shading on that. No shading there, no shading there. Okay, they seem to do like halo shading. No, not the game. Like, they highlight around the absolute edge of the characters. And then do like a darker inner section. So there is some shading going on, but it's very, very simplistic. I need to keep that in mind. Okay, so let's lock this layer so that I can now do the line work. Keyframes in, save it again. Didn't end up doing anything with that. I showed plans. Maybe if I start like earlier when it's not so warm already, I might do like a longer art stream. Doing streams this late is like really annoying. Oh my god. My model is bugging the hell out. Hang on. I'm gonna have to reload it. Okay, that's working again. God. I don't know why it bugged out then, but it did. Ugh. Nah, having that energy drink has done nothing for me. It's like, yeah, I'm still awake and everything, but I'm so lethargic. It's done little to help. I still feel tired. I did show off like a lot of stuff. Like we got to see how I've done emotes, some progression of some of them, and I did get from here from scratch after like what? I think an hour into us mucking around, so this took half an hour. I mean, way to go, man! Way to go! Uh, it was good to at least be on and stream. But yeah, starting late, or at least not being up and keeping the place cool before streaming, not a good idea. So yeah, I will keep that in mind for next time. There will be a stream tomorrow, because what I was meant to be doing tomorrow fell through, or basically it's not happening. So yeah, yeah, there will be a stream tomorrow. I will be finishing off Quest 64. So we'll look forward to that. As far as other things go, Thursday, I don't know what I'm doing. Saturday, I'm taking a me day sort of thing. And by that, I mean I will be working on videos again. I probably will be working on videos after this. Yay! Yeah, so that's Saturday. And Sunday, again, I don't know what I'll be doing. I do plan to do the last bit of Pokemon Legends, so we will either do that Thursday or Sunday, depending on what I feel like doing. I do plan to get back to Luminous Arc again, so that'll be starting up again soon. And no, I know what I'm doing Thursday. Thursday, I'm going to be doing the mask hunt for Majora's Mask. I've got that seed downloaded from Pixel Shake. So, yeah, we'll do that Thursday. And Sunday... tomorrow is Wednesday. For me, for most of you, it's going to be Tuesday. So, I will start this whole spiel over again. Tomorrow, Tuesday, will be Quest 64. We will be finishing Quest 64. On Wednesday, I will be doing the Pixel Shake randomizer for Majora's Mask, the Mask Hunt. That'll be interesting. I haven't done one of them before. Friday will be a me day, so I won't be streaming. Thursday, I won't be streaming because I have IRL commitments. And Saturday, I will be doing either Pokemon Legends and finishing that off, or Luminous Arc. Probably. I might do something else. I don't know. And that's the week for me. There won't be a stream on Sunday because there normally won't be. And The Monday following that, I won't be streaming either because I've got an appointment. And I won't feel like streaming before that because I probably will run late to that appointment. And I won't feel like it afterwards because, well, it's dental. So after having people frigging around in my mouth, drilling holes in things and that sort of shit, I probably won't feel like streaming afterwards. So, yeah, there won't be another stream after Saturday until Tuesday next week for most people. Yeah. So that is my schedule for the next couple of days, unless something happens. So yeah, tomorrow, Quest 64. After that, Majora's Mask, Grando, and then probably Pokemon Legends on the weekend. Probably. If I change my mind, I change my mind. As far as Reg. As far as anything else goes, I might do like another art stream sometime later and work on emotes again. But at the moment, I'm not focusing. It's too warm. But I did have a bit of fun. I probably should change scenes. Hang on. Yeah. I won't do any emote stuff until next art stream, so that may be in a week or so. There's the ones that I've done already in the past, so again, because I've got no reason not to. And I will post the socials link. I won't be raiding today because it's short stream, pretty quiet, but yes, I'm back. And as I said, like on Twitter, on Discord, Tumblr, YouTube, regardless of where you find me, I'm not going to be posting definite schedules anymore for streams. For those who are wondering why, I've been turning up late. I've been getting like demotivated because of that, and just missing so many streams because of reasons. And it's like, there's times where I've been able to stream, but just because it wasn't on the schedule, I didn't. So I'm thinking I will stream on a certain likelihood on a day, or I may not stream. So I'm just going to run on that sort of logic from now on. I might stream, I might not stream. There's little chance that I will, like, stick to an exact schedule with times, because I sleep in sometimes. Insomnia is a pain in the neck. I can't help it. I really can't. It's annoying, but there's no, like, fixing it. So I will attempt to be here when I can be, and go live when I'm able to, and I'll stream for as long as I'm, like, able to keep myself focused. Summer is, like, one of the worst times for me. Yes, Southern Hemisphere, so everything's messed up. So yeah, I may not stream as long as I have in the past until I work at, like, I might need to put the, I might need to set up the air con properly in here, because this room just, like, heats up too quickly. Or at least I heat up too quickly in it. I don't like the warm. I don't like the hot. So yeah, I will try to keep to a schedule and things, but yeah, this month, January and February, I don't know how long or how often I'll be streaming. And once February's over, I don't know what'll be happening. Like, I'm gonna have my schedule completely flipped as to what time I have available to stream, so yeah. On other case, like, again, YouTube, I will specifically plug that here now. That is not how you spell YouTube. I am keeping the posts there in sync. Like, I missed out on streaming over the weekend, so I didn't mention it. I was literally editing the videos the day before they came out. That's how behind on videos I am right now. So that's part of the reason why I've gone back to 3 a week instead of, you know, the 5 I'd been doing. I'm just not keeping up anymore. But there's just been so much happening this last month and a bit that I've just, like, I've started falling behind in terms of editing. I mean, last week didn't help. There was a lot going on last week. That's why there weren't any streams and stuff. Just, Hellier came over in order to help with things around the house. There was a lot of stuff that needed to get done. And it got done. But boy, was I worn out. Helly was more worn out, but yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of why there wasn't any streams last week. I didn't want to get into it because it wasn't really interesting. So yeah, oh boy. Yeah, I am sorry about that. Not a lot I can do, but I feel bad to Helly not helping out. And I feel bad, like, streaming late when things, so yeah. It's been annoying missing streams. I'm annoyed at myself for that. Seriously, guys, it's frustrating. I come on to stream, I try and, like, do my best, but sometimes I just feel demotivated because I'm late. Sometimes I feel demotivated because I miss a stream. I mess up. And it does, like, I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of you can understand, it's not easy to just, you know, keep throwing yourself at it and messing up. It's like, I want to do this professionally. I want to commit myself to, like, you know, streaming 3 to 4 times a week, getting my, like, ridiculous number of hours in a stream on a regular basis, and just do that. I don't mean, like, just do that, like, not do, like, YouTube or work on other things and that, but I mean, like, commit myself to this fully. But as anyone would logically assume, I can't. I can't commit myself because financial reasons, and I'm not expecting anyone to help me out in that regard. That's why I haven't got the donation stuff. That's full admission of it. I know mathematically how much I would need to earn just from subs. I know how many people I would need to have subbed. I did the math. I then worked out, you know, how many people would I need if only a third of the people who would regularly turn up subbed, how many people I would need to have, like, regularly turning into the channel each month. And I'll tell you, it's a lot. Even if I was able to subsidize that with, like, bits, donations, ad revenue, all of those would only make up a percentage. And even then, I can't, like, ask people to put more than, like, $1 or so my way. It's unrealistic to expect that. You know? Like, you see it all the time. You see... you see those, like, $100 donations and things, and you think, wow, that's a lot of money. But the reality of it is that they're once in a blue moon sort of stuff, or like the real big simps. And I'm not going to get those sorts of people. I know that. I should not expect that. I am a small creator. Knows I don't have it, but it's still... I'm not going to get big simps. I know that. And I shouldn't expect it. So if I expect, like, say, like, $1 or $2 thrown my way per month, outside of subs, even if it's, like, only a handful of people, it won't make a huge impact on, like, those subscribing and how much I make from that, or would make. And that's, like, not even getting into, like, partner program stuff and rates of that. This is, like, just affiliate level math. So I can, like, I know I'm not going to get there anytime soon. And so I need to think about things like, you know, where am I going to get money from? I need a job. I work a job. I'm not going to fool you guys into, like, I can live off this and that I don't work. I do. Hell, most content creators do. I think, like, only a handful of, like, the really, really big creators don't. But it's like, if I could dedicate every waking moment to this content creation stuff, to not just streams, but, like, editing videos, doing emotes and art, making, like, not pre-recorded, scripted content. I would totally. I enjoy the stuff. I enjoy going on stream. I enjoy making emotes and stuff and just being silly. But realistically, I can't afford to do it full time. And so when I get demotivated and miss a stream or something, it really hurts. It, like... God, I'm being too real right now. Look, I'll put it this way. It's like, I call it a hobby because for legal financial reasons, it is a hobby. Like, I don't make enough money to call it anything else from this. So it's like, I'm strictly doing it for the fun of doing it at the moment. But, like, what am I supposed to do about it? If I want to do it professionally, I need to have a professional mindset. But at the same time, if I want to do it professionally, I need to be able to afford to do it that way. I know for a lot of people, it is just a hobby. And if it becomes something that you can live off the income from, then that is awesome. A bonus. but I want to make it that. I want to grow the channel and things, and my focus has been growing, trying to reach audiences and, you know, actually have like people notice that I do stuff. And I'm not going to deny that I haven't been like having some growth this year. Like, just to say the YouTube side of things, YouTube has like, my YouTube's doubled in following just this year alone. I mean, granted, like, I've actually done stuff there, but yeah, YouTube has like nearly doubled in growth. From the start of the year, I've gained about 20 followers on YouTube. Growth has been pretty slow here on Twitch. I think I've increased by like 12 since the start of the year. But hang on, I should be able to look this up real quick. I got a freaking post on Twitter in relation to it. Hang on, where is it? Yeah, so in August I had 32 subscribers on YouTube. And Twitch I had 88. So from August, my YouTube's gone up by like 12, and here's gone up by like 4. But from the start of the year, start of the year, okay. I think these were from March, these numbers. My YouTube has gone from 21 to 44, so that is like 23. As I said, it's almost doubled. Twitch, however, it's like, I would fall. When I grabbed the numbers, it was 284. Well, we're now at 294, I think? Hang on. Yeah, 294 currently. So it's not like I've been having growth. Twitter's not even worth talking about in that regard. The number fluctuates. And it's mostly because it's like, I don't trust that most of the people following me on Twitter are actually following me. And are just like, you know, click follows. And I get that. They're the only ones that I'm like actively like keeping track of. Like, I know I've got other socials, but YouTube and Twitch are my main areas, and Twitter is just like Twitter. We all know what Twitter is. So yeah. If I could afford to do content creation full-time, I would. But, you know, I don't make any money from YouTube. I don't make much from Twitch. Like, that'd be obvious from anyone who, like, understands it. But, like, YouTube, I'm not monetized. I can't make money off it. Any views that I get are, like, just progress. And Twitch, I'm sure people understand, it's like, I can make money, but I need to earn over $50 in order to actually earn anything from Twitch. And anyone who understands the plight of tiny creators, because small streamer is a freaking... Ugh. It's a term that is so warped that it is, like, kind of hard to, like, actually call oneself a small streamer and, like, get people to take you seriously. But no, the plight of, like, being, like, those single-digit streamers, like, you, like, I'm one of them. You don't necessarily get a payout each month. You might not even get a payout twice a month. You may get one payout a year. So yeah, it's not realistic to try and like even consider it an income. Like, it would be nice if I could rely on Twitch or even like have that little bit coming in from YouTube, but the main thing is like I'm not reaching an audience, or I should say like none of the algorithms are pushing me towards the people that might actually be interested in my content. I know this from YouTube analytics. I get views. People do watch the stuff, but a lot of people are clicking on it or seeing the video and leaving. And I think that's because YouTube doesn't know who to recommend me to. That's my suspicion. I know my videos aren't for everyone, but then there's no such thing as a for everyone content. But like, they will appeal to a certain audience, and getting my content out to that audience isn't easy. Look, I will fully admit YouTube doesn't know what to recommend me half the time. And then on Twitch, it's like, unless someone knows you and you go live, or you are big enough that you get to the top of categories, no one's going to notice you on Twitch. So you got to recommend yourself through other platforms. YouTube, Twitter. Discord isn't even a thing to like think about in that regard, because promoting yourself on Discord is like promoting yourself inside a locked room, really. It only reaches certain people. You can only do it in certain places. Like most people's Discord, you can't self-promote. And I find that, like, from what I've seen, self-promoting in other people's Discords, unless you were well known in that Discord, nobody's going to give a damn. And being socially active everywhere is a nightmare. Other than that, it's like, Tumblr is kind of a weird place for me. It's like I've lurked there for years. I've started posting stuff there, but I don't know. I don't know what to think on that. I think it's a very closed community, and so I don't think like I'll get too much notice there, but I won't not post there. I won't not do things there, because I've been lurking in there on and off for years. It's like I do have an account there. Like, the only other places that allow for like promoting oneself and everything is like Reddit. Oh boy. I'm not a Reddit person. I don't go onto Reddit that... Oh, I barely am active on Reddit. I do have an account. I have an account in a lot of places that I barely ever use. But like, I don't want to like start promoting myself to Reddit because it feels disingenuous to use the place that I'm barely there. Because it looks like I'm just trying to get attention. You know? I know this is like doomer gloomer shit, but whatever. It's like I could promote myself on there, but then it's like, am I actually promoting myself for the good reason, or am I promoting myself in order to get attention? Yeah, this is the mentality I go through daily. So yeah, that's kind of the reason why I don't go near Reddit. And I'm sure there are other places that one could promote themselves, like a site that I've never used, never interacted with, though I'm sure people would probably guess if I said it starts with a number. Yeah. We won't go any further onto that, but it's like, that's another place that people can promote. There is Facebook, but screw that. It's for boomers. I won't get any audience from there. It's like I could promote to people who know me IRL, but I like to separate this from my past. My past. Okay, no, I get it. I need to get into that one. So, shock horror, I was actually popular during high school. Not because I was, like, in the in crowd or anything, but because I was such an absurd person that I stood out. And people generally seem to just vibe with me. I don't know. I feel this is like a quirk of me being like a person that you can't find fault with other than lacking any not personality, not opinion. I don't know. But like, you get what I'm trying to get at. It's like, I'm a person who doesn't stir up trouble, who doesn't look for attention. And so I do that thing where I'm very agreeable. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm describing it very poorly, but, you know, it's like, I think like the way of putting, I think the way of putting it would be like, I'm someone who will not like immediately go for the throat when I disagree. So it's like, I may disagree with you, but I'm not gonna like say it to your face in rude ways. I'll just go, yeah, but no. I guess that's part of it, and part of it is just like, you know, I'm very inoffensive. But yeah, that was high school. That's a period where everyone wants to stand out, and I don't particularly enjoy standing out, at least in terms of like real life. Like here, I have a mask to hide behind. I don't have to like be worried about being judged for being bland. My personality and my crazy antics take the forefront, so the mask is more just, you know, a way to prevent being judged. Or at least that would be the intention. But that's why I got into VTubing. And just like the path that I ultimately is going to end up in regardless. I don't want to put my face out there. I am a very bland looking person. But behind that is a psychotic lunatic. I filter myself way too hard here. Like, why the hell has this turned into a just chatting stream? I suddenly got more energy when I wasn't trying to do art. You know what? Frick it. It's just chatting time. Yeah, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to go now that I've gotten, like, this sudden, like, second wind and I've gone crazy. Or at least partially. Yeah. I am, like, very insane behind the facade of the... I guess you call it, like, PG-friendly persona that you see. And that's kind of the reason, like... Like, I would like to go absolutely bonkers. I would, but I am, like, very, very self-conscious. That's why, like, during the debut and stuff, it's like, you know, I'm not off the walls. I don't portray myself as off the walls, but I am very off the wall. I am very much not insane, actual insane, but like I am a few screws loose. I am, how do I put it? I have a very overactive imagination sometimes. I like to nurture it and like let it go crazy, which is why like a lot of like fantasy reading and watching of stuff, it's like I get bored with it so much. A lot of books just don't interest me sometimes, and TV shows like, oh god, not TV. Like action thrillers, movies, oh my god, they're so boring. It's like, come on, actually do. I'm like derailing myself a little bit with all that, but yeah, it's like, I like stories. I like fiction. I like losing myself in my imagination. So you'd think I'd be an avid reader of books, but no, I don't read a lot of books. I don't watch a lot of like live action stuff either. I prefer cartoons. I read a lot of like manga and some comics, some basically when I say some comics, I mean like some Western media. The problem is like comics, cartoons have like this real stigma of being child related. So like you've got a lot of garbage to try and sift through. And look, I do indulge in like a lot of trashy media, mostly because in trash, occasionally there's gems in there. There's something great in it. Like you can go through junk and you just find like this work of art just buried in amongst the rubbish, and those works of art are just glorious. And the more that I've gotten to like understanding stories and animation and art, the more I can appreciate the good stuff, those little gems. So I like stories, I like fiction, I like to imagine things, and I consider myself a bit of a storyteller. I haven't told any stories here because, well, one, my life is boring. That's why I have an imagination. So yeah, I actively come up with like little stories, characters, scenarios all the time, but I haven't shared any here because, how do you put it? Storytelling really isn't a thing on Twitch. It's not much of a thing on YouTube either, to be honest. Most people prefer that you tell stories that are based either on real life or published works, stuff that has some mainstream appeal. So creating stuff out of pure fiction doesn't really get like the same appeal, I think it is. There needs to be some basis in reality. I mean, all fiction has that, but that's not the point. Like, animations or anything, they're all based on something that has happened or something that is centered in reality. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like the appeal for like going off the rails and going like on my own tangent of a story, it would be almost 100% fictitious. Or fictional, I guess, not fictitious. Fictitious would mean that I would be pretending that it actually happened, that it was real. But if I'm upfront that it was all fictional, it's not fictitious then. Unless somebody, like, remove that context. But then, you know, it's all about being relatable and that, and I would love to do storytelling, but there's storytelling, there's roleplay, and then there's ASMR. I won't do ASMR. Hell no. I can't stand listening to ASMR. Like, that whole whispering in the mic shit. I hate it. It actively irritates me. And like people do like those, they get up real close with the mic and they do like these little sounds and things like scrunching plastic or paper or something, or just chewing. Oh my god, the chewing. I hate listening to people eat. I can't stand it. It's actively aggravating. So yeah, I hate ASMR. I won't partake in it. But then there's like role play. I don't know, I'm not much of a character actor. Like, I can throw my voice around and like make stupid noises and stuff, but there's a difference between being able to throw your voice around and make dumb noises and actually voice acting. Like, voice acting requires you to actually, like, not act. Requires you to be able to, like, get into a voice and continue to do it properly. Like, if you say, go for a higher pitched voice and try to sound old and shit, you need to be able to go back into that voice consistently. So yeah, I can't do that. And like, if you say voice acting is like, oh, just use your ordinary voice, that's not gonna work. Because you need to act like the character. If the voice doesn't match, then you messed up. So anyway, yeah, I don't think I do like voice acting stuff, and roleplay, it kind of has like a very particular connotation on it. Like you were playing a role, not acting out a story per se. Like a lot of people do like roleplay, like, you know, what if I was XYZ sort of character in relation to the audience, to chat, and I'm not gonna do that. I mean, for one, a lot of it is kinda lewd or lewd adjacent, and I don't do lewd content. I mean, I'm 18 plus on Twitch, I'm not on YouTube because I consider myself 15 plus. I'm sure that is very confusing. But basically, I'm not intended for children. So I don't want to, like, attract an audience under the age of 15, like 13, 14 and under. So I have the channel set to 18 plus in order to avoid those people. If you are under the age of 18 and are here, I don't want to know. And if we find you, you will be banned. Else I'm in trouble. But yeah, that's kind of the thing there. And like, I do play like 15 plus games, like Dark Souls and that. And I know the chat can be a little lewd at times. I am wondering if I should like remove the 18 plus because I'm not lewd. But like, I consider the chat 15 plus. No, at least like I consider it 15 plus, and it's like, because I know the chat likes to be a little rude and lewd at times, I've set things to 18 plus, but I don't know. I'll think about it. I might actually need to do something about that now that I think about it more. But that is not the time. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about like what I want to do. Like, I'm sure people who've been on the YouTube have seen me reference a thing called ramble-ons. That's kind of the thing that I've been like wanting to do. Now that I've got the model, I'm contemplating whether I do stuff with that or not, but it's like, oh god. It's like, it's something between like a scripted diatribe and off-the-cuff rambling. Hence the name, Ramble-On. So yeah, I honestly don't know what I'm going to do with that sort of stuff. Well, I do know, and I have had ideas that I've like done like ad-lib scripts off recording, but like I'm not sure. I want to center it on like game design sort of stuff, like talking on thoughts and opinions, those sorts of things, trying to keep it on topic. But how do I put it? I'm not entirely sure that my opinions are well informed. Basically, it's like I'm worried about coming off as too much of an idiot who thinks he knows what he's talking about, or the other extreme, sounding like I'm an expert when it is opinion. And it's okay to be wrong with opinion because it's not factual. It's a viewpoint. It's a platform to have further discussion on. That's the intention with it. And it's finding that middle ground, that opinion that can be agreed with or opposed. And there are like a few things that I will need to do in order to get that done correctly. Like, I plan to do an animated opening for it. I have an idea of what that's going to be like. Then I'd have to do the recording. I'd have to then do editing in order to add additional context where I forget to, and just put in the reference material. So like if I say, oh, in game X, this, that, and the other thing, which then leads into, I would like to at least put gameplay up, or at least reference the game properly with a visual. So yeah, there'd be a lot of editing in doing these ramble-ons. So that's another thing that I'm kind of worried about. I do need to get back into reading. I have a lot of like game design books from study and other things, so yeah, I need to go back and read them. As I said, like I've said in the past, I'm big into games, game design. I've done a lot of research. That's why I have like backgrounds in programming, animation, art. I have like a lot of different bits of history that I've learnt and mythology, because they're all like, they're good things to know when you want to get design games and stories, is knowing actual information. Like, because I've learnt so much about programming, whenever you see the hacker meme of them just bashing on a freaking keyboard, it irks me. Because I know that's not how it's done. But it's shorthand for, I'm actively doing computer stuff. Like, there is no job in the world where you bash on a keyboard like that. Like, you don't do it when you're gaming. You don't do it when you're okay, maybe typing a story. That might be the one exception, but still, it's like, typewriters, most people who learnt to type like that would, like, kill. Oh, nope, that's not what I meant. Typewriters, you have a fixed limit because of the physical hammers. Like, you can bash the keys as fast as you like on a keyboard when it comes to computer stuff, but like, it doesn't make a difference unless you can make a coherent sentence with that speed. And most people, it's like 30 words per minute is the max speed. Some people can do 40. Some people could do higher, but I doubt. I don't know what the... Actually, Google, give me answers. Oh. Okay. Apparently, I was very wrong. The fastest typing speed, according to a quick Google search, that is recorded, at least in English, in 2005 was 212 words per minute. And then there's a YouTube video about typing speed of 305. There's one of 300. Okay, I was very wrong. Some people are insane and can type very fast. Fluids. Yeah. Okay, so there are some insane people out there who can type at those ridiculous speeds, but that was beside the point. The point was that, you know, the hacker meme is annoying and anyone who knows about programming is annoyed by it, but that's irrelevant. And my point was more like, I want to do it off the cuff with the ramble-ons, but I need to, like, update my knowledge set again. At least with, like, learning academic terms and, like, familiarizing myself with stuff. Because I feel like if you're going to do something, at least do it half decently, or better than half. Because I have seen some, like, really, really stupid shit that people have, like, tried to put on YouTube. Like, there's one that was... Okay, I'm going to, like, go on, like, tangents here, so bear with me. There was a video I watched a while back now, like, a few months now, where this guy was doing a review of Have a Nice Death. And in this 30 to 40 minute review, air quotes, review, he then goes into a diatribe for like 5 to 10, maybe even 15 minutes about warning labels on games. Because Have a Nice Death has a warning about, like, workplace culture and death or something. I forget. But the whole diatribe was like, oh, the precious snowflakes. No, that's not what warnings are for. Yeah, I'm actually going to get heated on this. Warning labels are there for legal reasons. They actually have a purpose. Like, biscuit companies have to put a warning that it may contain traces of peanuts because they use the same equipment. They can't guarantee that they won't be. It's covering them. There are reasons. But like, it's a review. It's not a critique on that. To spend so long on that is just like... It's not related to the topic. It's not related to whether the game is good or bad. In a review, it's completely irrelevant. But they spent so much time on it. It was frustrating. It's like, dude, come on. If you wanted to make a video about how you don't like how games and things have warning labels everywhere, then do a video on it, but actually do some damn research. Then there was another video that I'd watched around the same time, which was like equating level up mechanics to Skinner box, and I'm like, that's not what a Skinner box is. Yes, it's part of operant conditioning, but it's not a Skinner box. Skinner box has randomness to it. That was the whole point of the experiment. Yeah, so, yeah. It's like those sorts of things. It's like people reference these historical studies, and if they're not correct, and people believe them, it's misinformation. And anyone can claim to be like, oh, I'm a game dev, I have history, I've made games. Like, I could call myself a game dev by that logic, because I've released, like, what? I think, like, 2 prototype games? Don't bother looking for them, they're Flash, they don't work anymore. I've actually got them still somewhere. I got a lot of my old projects. I don't think I've deleted, like, much of anything for the last 10 years. I have, like, purged some, like, stuff that I've got no purpose for, but the point is like, it doesn't take a lot to be an quote-unquote expert on something. You just need to do at least one thing, or have studied for a bunch of years and get a piece of paper. I don't want to be seen as an expert. I want to be seen as someone who has thought about the topic for more than 2 seconds. That's why I have, like, a lot of worry about, like, doing the ramble-ons, because I need to actually work out the topic, work out my points, do a base run, and then do research. Actual research. Because if I want to reference something or make a point, I need to actually know that that point is correct. Like, okay. I brought up Skinner boxes. Let's do that one. Let's look at Wikipedia on Skinner boxes. Come on, come on, come on. Skinner box, operant conditioning chamber, because he didn't like that. Okay, research impact. Operant conditioning chambers have become a common variety of research disciplines, especially in animal learning. Chambers are designed to motion. There are there are a variety of operant conditioning, instance, shape, behavior, blah blah blah. No, that's not point. Structure, no. Purpose. Okay, here we go. An operant conditioning chamber allows researchers to study animal behavior in response to conditioning. They do this by teaching the animals to perform certain actions in response to specific stimuli. When correct actions are performed, the animal receives positive reinforcement. In some cases, chambers may deliver positive punishment to discourage incorrect responses. Okay, so that's operant conditioning. But you can lose that logic to say anything is operant conditioning, because it's the whole carrot and the stick. Law of effect. On the basis, conduct. Skinner theorized that if a behavior is followed by a reward, that behavior is more likely to be repeated, but added that if it is followed by some sort of punishment, is less likely to be repeated. He introduced the word reinforcement, experiments, law of operant learning, which concluded generalization. Design the operant conditioning tower to allow for a specific hypothesis of the behavior. Okay. Let's go to law of operant learning. I just want to double check this. Addition. The learning process method. Powered, and like a nice diagram here. Operant conditioning, reinforcement, or punishment. Negative reinforcement, positive punishment, negative punishment. Negative reinforcement, escape, active avoidance. Okay. Where is the actual, like, experiment? Ugh. I don't know. I do not know. Basically, this is what I remember from the Skinner box experiments, is that it was found that operant conditioning works better when it is random. Okay, so you could argue that, by that loose definition, that having a reward after doing a task is operant conditioning. But you can make that logical conclusion by anything, simply defining what a task and a reward is. God, that bugs me so much. Because, like, let's say I build a game where you press a button and I show you a picture of a cat. Have they not created a Skinner box? You do an action, you get a reward. If that is the definition of a Skinner box, that means any sort of gameplay is operant conditioning, because it's like, you beat a boss, you get a reward, operant conditioning. You beat a level, you get the reward, you get the complete sound effect, you get a text thing saying level completed or beat or whatever. You may see stats in like a graded score or such. It's a reward. Is that operant conditioning? Because you can make the argument then that anything is operant conditioning, which is completely pointless. I mean, they did state that it's best when it is immediately after the action. So is a level up mechanic then gaining experience and leveling up operant conditioning? I mean, I'd argue no, because it's not immediate. Getting experience could be argued as operant conditioning, but is getting experience points and watching a bar progress forward actually a reward? What is a reward? It has to be something that it gets a positive stimuli, whereas like a punishment induces negative stimuli. So like getting a game over in Dark Souls or whatever. Dark Souls was just the immediate example, but not the immediate fault, but yeah, it's like, I don't know. You could argue easily that those are operant conditioning. But is that actually useful? Does that actually help the understanding of the mechanic? Because if you say, oh, level up systems are bad because it's operant conditioning and therefore we shouldn't do it because it's... No! That's completely stupid, because you could say, oh, if you beat level, we play Little Jingle. Little Jingle is nice to hear because we associate it with beating level. Therefore, it is positive. It is a reward. So because we associate it with beating the level, when we hear it, we feel good. Is that operant conditioning? Yeah. By the definition that we made. Which means, if I play Little Jingle, you feel good. But that's not the thing with operant conditioning. The operant conditioning is that you have a stimuli that conditions you to do an action. It's like training a dog to, when you say a certain phrase, to do a trick. That's operant conditioning. The stimuli has to cause the action. Or I guess that's one way of looking at it. You could look at it as you give the stimuli in order to get the action to happen, but there's the reward. I think that's the trick to it, is that there's the expectation of the reward from the action. Because gambling's a bit different. This is not a topic that I should be continuing on. Let's move on. Skinner boxes and all that. It's good psychology, but it's boring. But yeah, like, that's kind of the stuff that I'm worried about with ramble-ons. It's like, if I reference a study or something, or reference a game or something, if I am not 100% accurate with it, I'm going to feel bad, because then it's like, you know, the question of whether I've used it properly. People will say, oh no, you're wrong, this, that, and the other thing. And if you tear apart an argument by, like, I made a flaw in it with a reference, well then, like, that's... I know where I'm going at. It's like, you're undermining the argument by finding the one... I'm trying to build an example and I'm forgetting to actually build it. Let's say you've got a building that's put on supports. Each of these supports are points that you make, and the argument is the building. If you have one faulty support, like you messed up a piece of information that you built the argument on, but the rest of it is solid, people will try and topple the argument by going for that one support. So yeah, I do worry about that with the ramble-ons. Like, if I make a faulty example or don't do enough research in order to find information or data to support a hypothesis, and there's data to go against it, I feel like people will just because it's in their nature to want to feel right, to go for those faulty supports and things. Drying my throat out before the talking. Yeah, it's in my eye. Blech. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing that I'm worried about. I do know that that is kind of silly, but it is a thing to worry about. It is a thing to put concern in. But yeah, that's kind of where ramble-ons are. I do want to do it on like topics and things, but I have topics in mind, but I haven't done the research and stuff into them. If I had more time, I probably could do the research. But yeah, that's ramble-ons. Bleh. My face is all weird. Shorts are kind of the other issue. If I should be able to pull the image. Hang on. Here. Here. Oh. I don't have the complete... Where did I save that? I thought I saved it somewhere. Where the frack is it? I don't know. I posted it on Twitter a while ago, the phone overlay. Maybe it's in overlays. I don't know. I don't know. I posted it there. Should be like in the top part of media. There. Whoop. That broke. Never mind. Remove that. That broke. Yeah, if you go onto my Twitter, it's there. Yeah, I made like an overlay specifically for like doing shorts. And I've been thinking about shorts. I really don't know what to do. I'm not good with short form content. As people may have noticed, like, I've posted a few shorts to YouTube, and there's also like TikTok. There's people who only watch stuff there, and there's people who only watch stuff on YouTube, so may as well post them to both. But if you don't want to use TikTok, they're there on YouTube. Hey, mouse. I'm kind of just losing my mind. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't been doing like a lot of short form content because I don't know what to do. And yeah, short form content takes a lot more editing than my usual YouTube videos because, well, I need to like make them interesting, I guess. No, I'm not sure how to put it, but like, yeah, I do take a lot more time editing them, finding the reference image, well, I guess like quick images to do rather than having to do everything from scratch is a pain in the neck, because sometimes you're like, oh, I know the perfect image from this game or that, and you can't find it. Or you do find it, but then it's like, oh, it's this low resolution, tiny thing that you have to like go through all the process of cutting it out. And then you have to like resize it. And then you have to go through like another program to resize it up, because if you don't do it properly, it pixelates, and then, shorts are a pain. Like, I give credit. There are a lot of people who are really good at making shorts. Sometimes they're just like little nuggets of information and they're like cool and everything. But there are like, there's this trend with shorts that I've noticed where it's like, you start with a statement, you then do an explanation, and then you end it by basically making the conclusion loop round to the front. A loop round to the first point. So it's like, the shorts is a looping video. It's genius. It's really good because shorts naturally loop themselves over. Yeah, secular scripting. I don't know what the term was, but yeah, like that's really good, but it takes like a lot of planning or like forethought to do that. And taking stuff from like streams and things, it isn't easy to do that. And I just don't know what to do with shorts, because other than like grabbing bits that I would leave on the cutting room floor from videos, or going through streams that I wouldn't necessarily like keep stuff from, like well, I guess streams like this, randomizers, that sort of thing. Like, taking the little snippets from those sorts of videos would be like great examples of like, oh, there'd be plenty of stuff on the cutting room floor, but you have to scour through the video to find it, unless you like instantly know it's like, oh yes, I said this, and then put a timestamp or a note somewhere to remind you to go back to it. The problem is that I've got a backlog so long that like trying to find those nuggets in the videos that are just left behind is a nightmare. Video editing is a pain. Like, I've actually got a document that, like, I've got a document for everything. I've got a spreadsheet for, like, videos, so, like, I'm keeping track of what videos I've made, when they're released, are they currently viewable or not, how many VODs I have for games, how many hours of them have I edited, how many, or the average number of hours per VOD. Like, I can tell you that, on average, most of my gameplay VODs are, what, 4.7 hours long, typically. That's since I started, sort of thing. Like, that's my average, but as I've gone on, they tend to get closer to like 5 to 6 hours. Though that's averages. I have some short ones, some long ones. There's definitely a few VODs that are over 10 hours long. So, like, I've got... Just with stuff that I plan to, like, edit into highlights, I've got nearly 700 hours now. That is insane! And I've only covered, like, 120 hours. But yeah, like, I've got this whole spreadsheet here of, like, everything. How many hours I've covered, how many hours the whole series was. So, like, the recorded hours, the number of videos, the density average per video, the predicted total number of videos for the series. I've got the average density for everything that I've edited. It's kind of insane. Well, not kind of insane. It is insane. I do play a lot of long games, like, I don't know what the average number of hours per game is. I'm actually surprised I don't have that stat. Hang on, I can create that real quick. Actually, can I create that? I can calculate it. 1, 2, 3. Hang on, let's start on 4. We go to 28, so that's 24. Bring up the calculator because it's quicker. So that is 696.5 divided by 24. Okay, rough. On average, most of the games that I've played through are 30 hours. So 30 hours per game, and the average number of hours per stream is around 5. So it takes me about 5 to 6 streams to beat a game. Though that's the average with a series that I haven't finished in there. So that number is probably slightly under. Like, skewed slightly under. And since I don't do a lot of I've had droughts in the streams, that's kind of the reason why it's taken me so long, because out of those 24, 1, 2, 4, 6 haven't been finished yet. So those 6 will be slightly under the number of hours. So it'll skew the average down. So yeah, 30 plus hours on average per game, which is like 5 to 6 streams. But if you equate for the skew, then you'd be looking at like 6 to 7 streams per game. Though to be fair, I've got a couple of outliers, like the RPGs. Like Persona 3 accounts for, God, almost 1/7 of all the footage. Because that was 103 hours. And then after that, it's like, what have we got? As far as finished stuff, Dark Souls was nearly 70 hours. Final Fantasy VII was 44 hours. And I think there's one other outlier that is like really high. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Final Fantasy IX was 55 hours. So yeah, it's like those probably skew it up a bit. Final Fantasy, Persona 3 in particular, like that was a lot of hours. I think part of that was also over a long period of time. Like, I was playing that game for just over 2 years with gaps in between, of course. But yeah, I was probably slower going at the start and spent a lot more time fiddling around. But the thing with RPGs is you can cut a lot of content out of them. Like, a lot of random encounters, running through hallways that aren't important. There's a lot of stuff that you can just cut instantly on them. And then there are games that you can't cut much of anything out of them. Like, Banjo-Kazooie, I'm not sure how much I cut out of that. I had to keep a lot of it in though, because it was 100% playthrough, so it's like, you need to keep every Jiggy that you collect. You need to have footage of that to like, I did 100%. Here's where I got everything, so that it's truly proves it's 100%. That sort of thing happens. Not much I can do about that. And then there are games where it's like, you know, oh, it's just a playthrough, I'll just keep the interesting bits, the highlights. But I know that a lot of people, or not a lot of people, I know that from a poll that I did, where like one person answered that they want to keep like the story in from the game. And that's fair. I play a lot of like niche titles. Well, not niche, but like older titles where it's like, not everybody's going to want to play through them. So that they get all the story beats, then at least they can enjoy the game that they probably would never have played. And I understand that. I enjoy playing these games because they're niche and old. and important to the history of games. Like, that's the reason behind playing Quest 64, is like, it is a niche title. It is something that is infamous, unfortunately. And it's like, it's not a bad game. It's actually pretty fun. But I don't think a lot of people would go out of their way to play it. And particularly since, like, it's not a game you can get easily. It's for abandonware. Well, not abandonware, but like outdated hardware. There's no easy way to play it on modern stuff other than emulation, which is dubious at best. So, yeah. But, like, people don't give some of these old games much love anymore. And there are some, like, real gems hidden out there that would be great to play. Like, this is kind of the reason that I started doing YouTube and Twitch, was just to play through my backlog of games. To have the memories there, recorded. And, like, I've played through, like, a number of titles that I've played before, like Banjo-Kazooie, Ocarina of Time. Actually, I haven't played through Ocarina of Time on stream properly. Only randomizers and I think the speed run. Yeah. Like, that's where I knew it from. It's like, oh, it's this odd RPG from the N64 era. And it's like, well, why don't I try it for myself? And it's like, it's good. It's a good game. Yes, there's plenty to build on. It's a bit quirky. But it's not like it's a bad RPG. From the era that it's from, most of the mechanics are pretty par for the course, like, you know, random encounter rate and that sort of thing, but it does its own unique spin on it. And sure, combat can be repetitive, but combat in any RPG can be repetitive. At least I can react. So it's like, it's good, it's fun. Yes, it's simple, but not every game needs to be complex. Simple is good. And it is challenging, like actually challenging. So I don't know why people give it a hard rap. I think it's just because, oh, it's not what I expected. I'm sorry, but games that push the envelope, that try new things, they're how we get new genres and styles. If you don't push the envelope even a little, then we end up with the same shit that AAA pushes out every year. You've got to try something new. You've got to actually try and do something interesting. Like, I will give a bit of fault to Sonic Battle. It is a I like Sonic Battle, but as a fighting game, it is garbage. This isn't Sonic the Fighters, which is a different game, for those who don't have context. Sonic Battle was a small title for the GBA. I enjoyed it when I played it, but yeah, it's not a game that I would recommend anyone try and pick up. Quest 64, if you're a fan of RPGs, it's like, you should totally give it a try. And like an actual try, not play it for like 10 minutes and go, oh, it's garbage, don't play this shit. Like Sonic Battle, it's like, there's interesting stuff there, you can appreciate it for what it is, but it's not worth sinking the time into it, particularly since it is really unbalanced. Just as like single player, I don't know how it plays multiplayer because I never got to experience that. Again, GBA. Ugh. There are a few games that I would like to play. Yeah. And like Sonic Battle, it can be inspiration for people. Like I had someone who wanted to do like a game like it, who popped into like the end part of the stream when I was finishing it off. And it's like, even mediocre games or garbage games can have gems in them that can inspire people to make new stuff, better stuff. So like, there is no such thing as an absolutely worthless game. Well, there is, but... I'm ad. I hate that part. Brr. Sorry, I was waiting for the ads to finish. Worthless games. Fallout 76. That would be like the first example. Like seriously, that game had no reason to exist. It built upon pre-existing stuff. It was a bugging mess from what I heard. I never played it because I don't play multiplayer game or MMOs much at all. But it's like, yeah, there are some games that are just iterative, so iterative of previous games that they don't do anything new. There's a lot of like garbage that gets pushed out on mobile that is like just the same game but reskinned. They don't do anything new with, and it's like, yeah, they're worthless. That would be an example of a worthless game. Something that just is a cash grab. It exists solely for the point of people to spend money. Like, I won't argue on gacha games, because I feel like the merit of their existing is their art, more so than their gameplay. And you could argue that there are some games that fall under the definition that I made that are like, they're worth it for the art, but at the same time, it's like, you could just have the art without the game. But that would be an example of a worthless game. But even then, it's like, it comes down to individual games. What was the example first? What is iterative of what? Is the iteration a superior version to the original, thus making the original redundant? Because, like, I don't want to bring the game up, but Fortnite is an iteration of another game that makes the original, what is it? Battlefield Frontier, I think it was? Yeah, that sounds right. Battlefield Frontier was first, then came Fortnite. Fortnite became the preferred version, and Battlefield kind of became redundant as a result. But I don't know if you would like... Would you consider not Battlefield... Would you consider Fortnite to be a worthless game because it's just a reworking of Battlefield Frontier and is it is really just a cash grab sort of game? Or is there merit in it from like the experiences that you could have in that game? And since it has like a user base and everything of multiple people who wouldn't necessarily have played Battlefield Frontier, that in itself gives it merit to exist. Like, you know, you can make an argument. You can make an argument for both games. So there's definitely a ways to like make an argument for a game that one person may consider worthless to have value. But, you know, that's kind of the problem of like video games. They're an interactive experience. And when you've got multiplayer and online multiplayer, that experience can be better than intended because of the human factor. Because the human factor brings chaos. So yeah, games, there are probably some examples that people could think of a worthless game, but I think in most cases you could make an argument, or there are plenty of cases where you can make an argument that it does have value. It's really just a matter of, you know, thinking about whether the game itself is the value, or whether the value is external and irrelevant of the game, I guess. I guess that's one way of thinking about it. But there is a game that I would really like to play on the channel at some point. Parasite Eve. The problem is it doesn't have a PAL version. So I can't get it. Well, like, I could get a version of it, but it'd be an NTSC version, and I don't have a system that can play that. So it's like, you know, do I get an NTSC version, then get an emulator to run it? Or do I, like, jailbreak one of the PlayStation consoles that I have that could play it to play the NTSC version? Or is it even worth getting the NTSC version physically? Like, I'll get into it. Like, this is kind of the moral dilemma with ROMs. Like, it is, but there was never a PAL version released. Never. Not even when it had like a brief re-release for the PlayStation 3 on the PSN of the store, where it was digital only. There's never been a PAL version. So none of my hardware can run it. So my options are to jailbreak and allow a console that could run the PS2 game to run NTSC, or emulation. And I know people would argue like, emulators are wrong. It's wrong to rip ROMs off the internet. And I understand that. I do understand with the moral and legal dilemmas there, but at the same time, it's like, I'm buying a game that I will play maybe once. Regardless of how good it is, I will probably only ever play it once. That will be like almost as expensive as it was brand new, because it is a collector's item. And I'll have to like find a workaround to play it anyway. As opposed to like grabbing a ROM and playing it through less than upstanding means. Because I do understand, like, you know, ROMs, like, sourcing ROMs from online is it's legally dubious. Because it's not actually illegal, because there is an illegal precedent, but it is legally dubious. And at the same time, it's like, well, if I buy a, like, legal, quote-unquote, copy online. One, I don't know if it's an original print. It could be ripped from a ROM, so then it isn't actually legal. Or it could be a legal print, but I'm not paying the developers anything to use it. So it's the same as ripping a ROM offline. The developers get nothing. And that's kind of my thing with ROMs. Like, I do want to support developers, particularly of, like, small games. But sometimes that isn't an option. And I do feel bad about doing that sort of thing, like the morally dubious sort of thing. I do feel bad about it. But sometimes there just isn't the option. God, this gets back to Minish Cap, so I got a ROM of it because getting the physical copy was ridiculously overpriced at the time. And then I beat the game, and then I found out I did have a legal copy of it on the Switch. So that was fun. I found out afterwards that I had a legal way of playing it. But I went the wrong route because I didn't know that, because Nintendo didn't advertise it was on the Switch. So like that's kind of the issue. It's like, if there is a legal way to do it, oh, well, I didn't have to buy it. I had it. It's available on like the online, just straight up there. So you don't have to buy the actual game itself. You just have access to it, like a handful of games. And I have online, so I technically had access to it. That's the weird thing. But yeah, it's like, if there's a legal way for me to own a game, particularly if it's like a first-hand purchase, where possible, I will do that. But sometimes it just isn't possible with old games. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Buck Bumble, that was the one. Buck Bumble doesn't have, like, any legal way to get a copy. I tried buying one online. The cart didn't work. That's one of the issues of buying secondhand. So then I did try and get a ROM of it. The ROM didn't work either. That's the other problem, particularly with, like, older games, like, Iggy's Wrecking Ball is a game that I, like, speedrun very occasionally. I haven't played it in a while. I've been meaning to, but I just... yeah. The ROM for it doesn't work. We, the speedrunning community, which is a small group of, like, maybe 4 people, we know that the ROM doesn't work. No emulator can run it. Well, like, it'll run, but it'll crash after a while because of a memory leak or something. Because the ROM is coded in such a weird way that it's not designed to work on emulators. Because an emulator is always an assumption of the hardware. It's not the actual, like, BIOS. Because you can't legally use the actual BIOS of an emulator. So it's an approximation. So yeah, that's another issue. Like, Bumble didn't work, Iggy's Wrecking Ball doesn't work. I wouldn't be surprised if Quest 64, if you played it on an emulator, that it was buggy. It wouldn't surprise me at all. So it kind of leads me to, like, this point of, like, if you can get a legit copy of the game, it is best to do it that way. If you can. And, like, I have a preference for physical copies over digital because I like the tactile feel of having a physical art or something in my hands. But, you know, that's a personal preference. Sometimes digital is the only option. But that brings me back again to Parasite Eve. It's like, there's the whole risk of like emulating it and the legal ramifications and issues with it and everything, but it's like, I do want to play the game. And it's like, you know, if I could go to the developer straight up and go, I would like to play this game, do I have permission to get a ROM to play it on an emulator? And get permission that way, even just pay them to be able to use the ROM from them. Like, if that was a thing, I would go that line. I would. Seriously. But it isn't. I'm a small nobody. I couldn't get the I couldn't get the attention of a developer if I tried. Hang on, I dropped something. I'm trying to pick it up. I'm fiddling. Oh. But yeah, it's like, there are a lot of legal grey areas. Yeah, that could be an option. I would need to make sure that I think my PS3 is backwards compatible. Wait, I can check that. I've got PS2 games. That's beside the point. Actually, that is actually a really good question. Is the PS3 region locked? Very good. All. Like the PS3, PS4, and PS5 are not region locked. Yeah, PS2 is. Okay. PS3 backwards compatibility. Backwards compatibility to PS3, it refers to the kind of ability. Full guide. Okay, this is good. Is a PS3 backwards compatible with PS2? The answer is yes, but not all models, which I knew that. How to tell if you can play PS2 games on PS3? Okay, so the first one here is a PlayStation 3 Slim model, which looks like what I've got. Hang on, it's got the old ID code when I bought it secondhand, so let me have a look at it. Okay, I'm not 100% sure, but it might be. And if it's not region locked, I might be able to do it that way, actually. Huh. I've got the PS3 set up for capture, don't I? No. I don't have it set up. Probably because I haven't used it. Okay, let's try something. This may break everything. Hang on. Okay. I've still got the... Move those out of the road for a sec. That's not right. Paste. Aha! Ha ha ha! Okay. Okay. I gotta... God, it's so dusty. Unsupported data. Dang it. Hang on, let me... This model of PS3 system is not compatible with PS2 format software. Dang it. Well, that answered that question. I'll leave the disc in there for now. Yeah. Yeah, so... looks like it isn't. That's a shame, but it was worth a try. It did say what versions were. So, like, there are, like, 3 versions of the PS3 that can play PS2 games. Mine, however, unfortunately, isn't. We now know that. I do have a PS2 and PS4, but PS4 isn't backwards compatible at all, and PS2 is region locked. So again, I'd have to, like, if I bought the disc, I'd have to jailbreak the PS2. Actually, how complicated would that be? It's possible to disable the region locking on the system via a mod chip or performing a disk swap when the console starts. Bypasses the region. Okay, this might be doable. Let's have a look-see. I'm going to try and run on your PAL system. NTSC to PAL conversion can only be patched like 70% of the time, and that involves using iOS in OPL, not using actual disks. That being said, there are two ways about it: software modding or installing a mod chip. For software modding, look up blah blah blah. For mod chips, I'm not 100% sure, but that's someone else. Might you try it? Okay, so there is ways you can get like modded memory cards, and that can bypass the region lock. The other one, by the looks of it, disk swapping, isn't 100% effective, and it's probably the riskier move. So I might look into that. Because if I can do that, that does open up options for me. It's a shame that I don't have the ability to play PS2 games on my PS3, but I'm pretty sure I can play PS1 games. Even if I can't, I know I can play them on my PS2, so if I can get rid of the region locking issue, that might be an option. I don't even know. Yeah, but that was something that was worth looking into, and thank you, Mouse, for pointing that out, that I didn't even think about the PS3. I've got a lot of different consoles. I have a lot of different hardware. Like, it is on the Discord, everything that I have, or at least, hardware-wise it is. Game-wise, it's probably out of date. Actually, now that I think about it, what were the games on the PS1 Mini? I'm blanking on that. Because I remember that the lineup of games were different. No. Oh, Wild Arms is on there. I forgot about that. I should play that at some point, actually. Yeah, I just thought I'd double check whether Parasite Eve might have been on it, because I forget. Is Parasite Eve PS1 or PS2? I thought it was PS2, but now I'm double guessing myself. Okay, it is PS1. Wait! I was checking a PS2 disc! I don't have any PlayStation 1 discs. I know my PlayStation 2 is backwards compatible, but hang on. If it's available on the PS Store, then it works on the PS3, since the PS Wii can play PS1 discs. Digital copy or physical copy. Vita copy. This is not what I'm looking for. Maybe just remove the word list. Back to this one. PS3 is backwards compatible yet? Answer is yes, always PS3 are backwards compatible with PS1. Okay, so that might solve the issue. So that means that I can play PS1 games outside of the PAL region because the PS1 is region free. So it might actually be worth me trying to get hold of the disc at some point. God damn it, I'm in the ad. Ah! Yeah, turns out all PS3s are backwards compatible with PS1. So that means I could, theoretically could, get Parasite Eve and get it to work on the PS3. I say could because the PS3 is region free, but depending on how it handles the loading of PS1 games, it may not be region free. That's a hypothetical that I haven't checked. Could you bypass? But yeah, so that means that the only games for PlayStation that I might have a region issue with would be PS2 games. Okay, let's have a look. The PC itself is not region coded, games are region free. All PS3 models play PS1 games. Like many said, they are region locked. In order to play an NTSC version of the game, you need an NTS system, or just get the PAL version of the game. PS2 and PS1 games are region locked, so the hardware and/or software need to be coded in said region. The PS3 in order to play the games. Okay, yep, so I was right in taking that concern. So basically, Yeah, it's just region locked for PS1 and PS2 games. It's likely how it's built in that it either runs off like the original memory or something. So yeah, I would have to jailbreak in order to be able to get around that. So yeah, we're back to the original problem. This is why I hate the region system. Like, I do understand why it exists. It's because frame rates were different. Like, the Japanese does their frame... Well, the Japanese was a language thing. America does their video encoding at a different frame rate for their TVs. And the PAL region does theirs at a separate frame rate. And I don't think it was until, like, the GameCube PS3 era that it became standard that consoles would have a 50Hz and 60Hz version. Like, you could swap between them. And so, like, PAL was coded for 50 and NTSC was coded for 60. But yeah, region locking is silly. Because the whole point of region locking is to prevent... Oh, it is silly, but there is a reason to it. It's basically to make sure that the game is regulated to the budgetary... the legal... I know what I mean. The legal rating system of the country involved. Though the problem is that NTSC covers the whole of America, which uses the ESRB system. And then Europe does its own for different countries. And then Australia has its own again. So we're just confusing. So PAL is Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and a couple of other places. I don't know what regions NTSC covers. And then there's the Japanese version, which I think just covers Japan typically. Because of course they have to be special. But yeah, we use PAL here, where I am, Australia, because, yeah. And we have our own ESRB, so we get the PAL encoding. Sometimes we get the European version, like the British version. Sometimes we get the American version, but it's encoded for PAL. It is very confusing. It is very confusing. It depends on the game. Yeah, Australia is weird in that regard. So yeah, for Parasite Eve, I would have to either go... It does, and it also has stuff to do with, like, power conversion. So it is the frame rate or frequency, because PAL actually runs video software at a different frequency. That's why if you, like, say, bought a movie that is like a DVD that was NTSC and tried to play it on a PAL machine, like a PAL console or a PAL DVD player, it wouldn't work. Because when de-encoding the information at the frame rate, it messes up. And it's not so much a problem these days because many machines are able to, like, recognize with a the thing at the start, oh, it needs to do NTSC decoding, or I need to do PAL decoding. But long ago, they made it so that it's like, oh, this is not for this machine. I'm not going to play it. Because of, I don't know. Like, I think part of it was, like, rating systems and making sure, oh, this is not rated correctly for this region. We are not going to let you play it. Or, oh, you did not buy this legally, per se. We're going to prevent you from using it. It's not as much of an issue nowadays because most software just, you know, they realize that there's no way around it. And most people are savvy enough to look online to find ways to get around region locking. And I understand, like, every region has its different rating systems. Like, here in Australia, we didn't have an 18 plus for games until, like, 2015, I think? I'm a little hazy on it, but basically, like, anything that had references to real-world drugs could not be sold in Australia, because that would give it an 18 plus rating. So things like Saints Row was illegal here. You could not buy it or play it. I forget, like, another game, but like the first oh, that's right, because one of the Fallout games used penicillin instead of a made-up name for the drug. It was illegal. You could not buy it here in Australia. I think it was New Vegas. I think it was New Vegas. I could be wrong. It could have just been free, but it was one of them. It was either free or New Vegas. And you couldn't buy it here in Australia because it used the word penicillin. They had to modify the game to remove the word penicillin in order to be able to sell it here. We are weird. But yeah, that was until we got the R rating. And there are very few games that get it. Oh yes, it is a legal drug. You do not need... you can buy it at the supermarket. You can buy penicillin at the supermarket. But because you could consume it and overdose, like, misuse it, that was part of the reason. I know that's weird, considering that games with alcohol in it, where you could, like, consume dubious amounts of alcohol, only get a 15 plus rating here. But then, you know, it's Australia. If anyone knows the stereotype of, like, drunken and alcoholism, we tend to be, like, pretty light on things like alcohol. Yeah, the problem is it was a reference to a real-world drug. If it's a fantasy drug, it's 15 plus. If it's a real-world drug, other than alcohol, it's 18 plus. For no particular reason. Ratings are weird. It's down to the culture. And every culture is different. Like, I know this one because it's odd. It is illegal in Germany to have any references to Nazis in the game. You cannot sell a game in Germany that has references to Nazis. So they have to remove any direct references when releasing a game in Germany. Germany also has a thing against advertisement in games, like embedded ads. So they have to make sure that any, like, product placement in games in Germany, or at least this was the case, I don't know if it still is, you had to remove them and replace them with fake ones. It's kind of silly, but that's their rules. Like, a pretty famous one, though this was changed for, like, all releases of the game. I don't know. I'm not actually sure on that one. I think they are actually the same in all versions. But that wasn't an issue because it's not direct product placement. It's more like billboards and those sorts of advertisements and product placement. I'm not sure on that one though. One that I do know that got like heavy censorship and I'm pretty sure would not have been released in Germany is Persona 2. I forget which version. There is a boss in it. I don't know if it's a hidden boss or an extra boss or what it is, that is called the Dictator or the Führer or something. He's a direct reference to Hitler. Hang on. I will find evidence for this. There is evidence online. Hang on. Yeah, he's called the Führer. Hang on, I'll find an image. This one should do. I'll just save it in downloads for now so that I can pop it on the screen. And here we come. Hey, here he is. That's his speaking icon. So the one on the left is the original. The one on the right is the one edited for international release. No, it isn't subtle because they had to edit it in the sprites, and sprite editing, particularly in this era, was limited. I don't remember exactly. I think this is PS1. I think Innocent Sin is PS1. I could be wrong. But like they had very little that they could do to edit the sprite other than like drawing over the top of it. Because they couldn't actually like go in and like erase stuff. So that's all they could do. I'm pretty sure this would not fly in Germany. They would have to straight up remove it. Friggin' hell. Persona 2 is a weird pair of games. And yes, here's a pair. There are two Persona 2s. And they are not like, one is the original, one is a remake. They are direct sequels to each other, which is very... it's very weird. But yeah, that was a thing. Censorship of old games like that is so common. Like, look up any SMT game. There is censorship all over the place. Sprites reworked. It's insane. I don't know for like Final Fantasy. I don't think that's so much of a case. It's more SMT because a lot of the, well, a few of the sprites are a little risque. They showed a little too much. And this was during like PlayStation 1 to probably PlayStation 3 era, so that's... What? I think it was during Moral Panic. Yeah, it would be, because that would be like after Konami's Mortal Kombat, which, yeah, that did cause a lot of issues. So yeah. Oh yeah, there are like I've forgotten the name. Mari? Yeah, Mari. Mari is sus as hell. If anyone... no, there's an I. For anyone who doesn't know, Mari is the phallic object riding a chariot. It is not safe. Like, I will not get an image of it and put it on screen because it is that risky without the in-game context. But yeah, it is very phallic. Even censoring it is a problem. But yeah, it's I think it's Maria. Hang on, I'll double check. No, I've gotten it mixed up. Let's try... Oh, you know what? Go Persona 1, because it was the final boss in the main route. Sieg's route. Pandora. There we go. Pandora, which is a freaking nightmare of a thing. So yeah, the final boss from that is Pandora, which is not the one I'm looking for. What is it? Oh no, it is Ma. M-A-R-A. Huh. Well, I got that one wrong. I always thought there was an R or I in it. But yeah, Mara is like freaking risky. The final boss from Persona 3 is also pretty like risky, the first form. Freaking Pandora. Another one that I won't show on screen, but yeah, that... No, I think I'm just used to like Marie with an I, just because of reasons, than I am to Mara. I don't know why. I really don't know why. I guess I just like, I've heard the name more than I've seen it. But yeah, Pandora is the other one, and Pandora is worse. Pandora is far worse. God, speaking on Persona 1, it's like, there's this Snow Queen route, which is not available in the original international release. Because of the work in translating and everything, they had to cut it because there wasn't enough space on the disc. God, they made so many changes in that version. Then there is the PSP version, which... You know, I don't know if they added it back in the PSP version. Localization. All characters were renamed, several of their appearances changed. Nearly all references to Japan or Japanese culture were cut, with unusual exceptions being the shoe line. Many personas were renamed rather than translated. The game was changed to dollars. The overall difficulty of the game was reduced by lowering enemy encounter rates and increasing experience gain, which honestly, I think we'd be better off with it. Old games and the encounter rates were absolutely insane. In addition to the changes, the Snow Queen quest was removed by only allowing players to commit to the Sebek chapter. Oh no, hang on. I'm reading the localization stuff and I was wrong. The data is still present on the game disc, and it's possible to forcibly activate the quest by making use of cheat codes. But the quest is untranslated and the game engine cannot render Japanese characters. Okay, So that's the reason. It's likely that they didn't have enough time to translate both in the time that they had. And so the translation team just went, right, we don't have time. We're just going to commit to this one and force lock Snow Queen quest. Was released on the PlayStation Classic mini console bundled with 20 other games. Yep, we know that. Okay, where is playable? No, that's characters. The PSP remake. Here it is. Development differences and upgrades. The North American localization retains all the Japanese plots, as well as all the characters and persona names, ignoring the past Americanized localization. The single exception to this is a single line, Mark Dance Crazy. Oh, that's right. That was a meme back at the day. Free difficulties, added cutscene, added J-pop, FMZ, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. Personas, additions. Wait, where is difficulty? Was the Snow Queen route added back in? Hang on. Okay, it's not telling me. I'll have to check the actual route itself. Persona Revelations, it's inaccessible. Manga, trivia. Huh. It doesn't say. It doesn't say it at all, but I'm under the assumption that it was added back into the PSP version. Not that probably anyone cares, because it's a... Actually, that's kind of interesting. It's an optional side route that has its own unique ending. But for most people, the Sebek, which is the name of a company for anyone who's wondering what the hell I'm referencing, is considered the main route in Persona 1. I do actually have. I have it on the Mini. It is something that I intend to play at some point, but it's going to be wild because of all the, like, censorship changes. Like, there was so much weird stuff in that game. There was a lot of stuff that I want to play. But I've been talking for almost as long as I did spending time looking at art, or doing art stuff. Like, yes, we did start the stream doing emotes, I got worn out, and now that I'm just talking and not trying to draw, I've gotten so much more energy. I don't know what it is. The focus on trying to do art and multitasking tires me out, I guess. Or maybe it was just like, it was warmer then. It has cooled down a bit now. I actually need to, hang on. So people can see the, hang on, I'll move myself into the corner. People can see the overlay here. And how it's very empty at the moment. There's only like a handful of retro icons on there. I plan to fix that up at some point. I'm contemplating whether I reference games that I've beaten on here and just like create fake icons for them. I'm contemplating it. It sounds like a fun idea. The problem is, it'll get very full very fast. I don't know. I could do that, or I could reference consoles or series. There are a few ideas that have been knocking around in my head, like referencing those or referencing programs that I use. I'm not sure about programs, but yeah, I'd like to add more icons. I don't know. I'm like on tangents upon tangents upon tangents at the moment. Like, I was talking about one thing earlier, I'm talking about something else now. I'm like just circling around like old game facts at the moment. Okay, now that it is running, I'm going to quickly go check and turn the air conditioner off again. So like, just quickly. That was all the art we got done in the like 2 hours that I messed around at the start. I mean, it didn't take me 2 hours to do it. Yeah, it's meant to be paper. So it's like that. I think I spent about 30 minutes working on that. It's not finished, like, far from it. I've got to, like, redo most of the line work and then color it and everything, but that was 30 minutes. It took me 2 hours to concentrate for maybe an hour or 30 minutes or so to get that done, and I spent 2 hours afterwards just talking about random stuff. Like, I do not concentrate when I do art, or at least I don't talk, and I don't do well talking at the same time. I enjoy like doing silly shit like this, but yeah, I'm not good at focusing on it. I'm much better at just like doing random conversation and just going off the rails. But yeah, like, I do plan to like get the emotes done that I mentioned and everything earlier. I'm not going to repeat myself because I don't feel like it. But yeah, back to where we were. I also don't have backing music yet, so that probably is another thing. I'm like still waiting on those tracks from the person that I mentioned. I don't know what happened. I know that they were like close to being finished with them, but they're probably in like, I think from what I've understood, they do like study, so they're probably in like midterms and stuff. So I probably won't see anything until like December, probably. So yeah, I mean, that's fine. I never put a date. I never put like a delivery date or anything on it, so I don't have any reason, or I don't have grounds to complain about it being quote-unquote late, because it can't be late if there was never a date for it to be here by. So yeah, I don't have a backing track for there yet, so yeah. I know I do use like a backing track here. People can probably hear it, but like, yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd bring it up because like I don't have like a track sitting there playing in the background. I really should have something to play behind doing art, but you know how it is with copyright and all that sort of stuff, and it's a bit risky. So like that's one other issue with doing art streams. You need something to fill the void. Even if it's just like a little, I don't know. I do know and I don't know and all that sort of stuff in between. I feel like one of the weird things, going back to when I was talking about like doing storytelling and stuff and my wild imagination, I don't know if you'd call it wild, is an objective term that is something that you need reference to. So saying I have a wild imagination could not possibly like reflect, I guess, what I mean. So it's kind of like, you know, people would use their own frame of reference and that could give different interpretations. But yeah, just circling back to like, you know, storytelling and being imaginative, like I have like zero lore that's been made. I say it like that, but it's not 100% true. Like I've got barely any lore, like no hard lore. And it's not that I haven't thought it up. I've got like a few paragraphs maybe locked away in my head that I like mess with, but like nobody cares about that stuff at the moment. For me at least. I'm not saying that lore isn't important and people don't like lore videos or like building up a mythos around characters, whether they be just VTubers or fictional or whatever. Like, people can deep dive into like tiny trinkets, and that's why we have fan works and all that sort of stuff. But no, my point was more like, my community is here mostly for me just being me. They don't care about like, oh, the big deep backstory about where he came from, how he came to be, blah 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 blah. But I enjoy like headcanoning my own shit. God, I drove my mum crazy when I used the word lore and canon. She's like, those are religious terms. My God, there's such a thing as definition transition. Words get adapted. It's just from lack of exposure to internet culture, co-opting words that have a close enough definition to be used. Yeah, and I understand it. There are like, there's 3 routes when it comes to lore, typically. There is the community-built lore, where someone says or references something, whether it be IRL or whatever, and the community comes to those decisions, but they're for like a bigger streamers than what I am. There's then the homebrew lore, which is a person writes like several documents worth of their own lore, and that is the truth, or what have you. And then there's the 3rd route, which I would call the open lore, where someone just like, they have a loosely followed lore that they build upon it, but it's like, you know, something that could be considered lore, like background or whatever, could be like changed within a week, depending on what's said. It's more of a loose canon. Or you've got people like, this is just a person that I have an example of, Girl DM, who like, her lore is all over the place because multiverse shenanigans, where it's like, she can just change her lore or whatever she wants because she can just go, oh, this is a different me from a different universe, and that's totally fine. And it works. And there is no wrong right or wrong way to do lore. I feel it needs to work, however, for the community that you have built around yourself, your audience. They need to appreciate it. They... I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, different methods work for different communities and creators and the relationship that they have with each other. Also, corporate VTubers are kind of a different deal, as they need to make sure that they have the rights to anything. So, like, IP ownership. So that's typically why, like, more corporate, or big corporate, like Niji Sanji and Hololive will do their own internal lore and won't change too much for the fans, or like the backbone of it. Yeah, I think is more the point that I'm making there. The backbone doesn't change too much. But, you know, every community is different and everyone takes their own approaches to it. Like, my community, I don't know. Do you call it a community when it's a collection of people? When is something a community? Like, I know I have a lot of people who, like, not a lot of people. I have people who, like, follow my content and interact with stuff and are in Discord and all that sort of stuff. Could I, like, name everyone? Probably not. Mostly because I'm, like, terrible with names. But, you know, I know, I guess, most of the regular chatters. But I don't know how much they'd be interested in me, like, spinning yarn of, like, here is my mythology and whatever. I have my own headcanon. I build and adapt on it. But, you know, it's not necessary that I make it public. And I don't think anybody is really asking for it. Like, if people were like, oh, what's your backstory? Maybe I'd be more interested in telling it, but, you know, it's audience demand, I guess, is more the point. If there's no demand for something, then there's no reason to do it. And if there's demand for something, then why aren't you doing it? I know what I mean, and it sounds maybe a little... got a word popped into my head, and I know it's wrong. But yeah, it doesn't matter what the word was and whether it was right or not. The point still stands. So it's like, if there's no demand for it, I feel a little disingenuous, like I'm forcing it upon people. So I will keep it in my head. And I will build on it, but probably not actively advertise it. I mean, I have, like, I've dropped hints to things here and there, and, like, as people may have known, like, I dropped hints to this model ages ago. And, like, I built a slow build by using a particular PNG to, like, get people used to the head. Because I will say, like, the TV head thing is a little out there. Oh, I say that, and then it's like, I start noticing other people who've done it. There are, like, a few content creators who do use, I'm trying to think of the word, it's like monitor sort of head, but most of them are like, most of them are Cathode Ray tube, so, like, CRTs like mine, so it's not like it's unique. But then, you know, nothing is... there's no guarantee that anything will be unique. And if it is, it won't necessarily be unique for long. But yeah, it's like, it's not so much the parts that you borrow or come up with, it's the whole package that you can make unique. And yeah, I'm getting into a topic that I wasn't planning to. I don't even know why I went down this route. I'm just crazy. I am crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah. The funny thing on that, the full part was due to the bot. So I've got the bot in chat. People probably know it by now and have seen it spouted stuff. I had put the reference to full in that before I'd come up with the moniker full, and so I realized that was actually a better name than what the rest of my name was prior, which was VD, which people can find referenced in old YouTube stuff. So I'm not going to be like hiding that one. It was just like a gamer handle sort of thing. But yeah, it's like when I picked the word full out of just that coincidence, which was the bot just giving me sass, I kind of just started to lean into it more. Like I will say, this model isn't very Jester or Fool-like in certain aspects, like just the head part. But the next one, which I do have like in early development, sort of, it's in the planning stage. Well, mostly. I think it's almost out of the planning stage. It leans into it a little more. It's most of it is like cleaning up aspects of the design that probably don't translate well to like simplifying and consolidating the color count, because hang on, give me 1 second. This is like because like you can see, I have a lot of colors, and some of them are a little on the superfluous side. Like I've got green, purple, red. Yes. Well, I went for a more accurate height. Yeah. I mean, what? I'm like, what am I, 5'10", 5'11"? I forget. I'm under 6 foot, so I build the proportions to be realistic. I know that's not important, but I wanted to like get the ratios right. So yeah, most of the stuff. You know what? I've got things up to like be able to show it. Why the hell don't I? I mean, it's not like I need to keep a lid on it or anything. Let's see. 2.1 guide. Loading. And then it's that one. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, let's see. Do I still have that? Yep, it's still there. Yep. Give me a second. I'm going to do something I didn't expect to do. I showed this off to Helly, but yeah, this is the working plans for the second one. As I said, it's in the planning stage. But as you can see, like, I've reworked some aspects. Most part is fixing up the arm length. That was my fault. And consolidating a few of the colors. But that is, like, a work in progress. There was something there that I didn't... There were some secrets still that I have, but, you know, that's unimportant. But yeah, it's probably going to be like a long time before that one's ready. Like, I have a weird design process on things. Like, I'll often make a design and then like leave it alone, then do it again, workshop it over a course of a couple of weeks often. So like that's where it is at the moment. I've left it alone for a while, but I'm quite happy with how it's looking. But again, that's like a draft. There's a lot of other things that I still need to do with it, like, you know, get the face accurate, work out a few kinks here and there, and then I need to like do like a proper reference version. And then it might be ready to like get it like set up to be rigged, and then getting it rigged and then everything. But you know, I think that's probably going to be like at least a year before I'm ready to like do another model. And I think that's good in a way. Like, I take a while to go through a design. Some people will like go, oh, here's my current model, here's my next model, and all that sort of thing. And it's like, I want to use this model for a while. It's a good model. It is complex in some regards and simple in others. The main reason for that new one is, again, I think like the colors are a little excessive. Like, there were way too many colors going on, so I have simplified some of them. Other aspects are like, hang on, I'll zoom out. What the hell? I didn't even know that was a button that could do things. Yeah, people may notice this, people may not. I realized that my arms are actually too short. I don't know how that happened, but that was my fault. That is 100% my fault. That was in the reference that I'd sent the artist, and I didn't pick up on it. So like, that's one thing that I want to like fix up. The other thing is, as people may have noticed, the top design is a bit different. Again, I was never really happy on the design and kept messing around with it and trying different things. This was just the one that ended up being what was used by the artist. But like, I could never settle on design. Realizing that I'm like Jester themed, and that I realized afterwards more recently that I should like look at what other designs were used for like Jesters and stuff. So that's kind of the route it's gone. So that's why it looks different. The other thing is, and this is more a problem of reference material again and how I segmented things, the hood. So the hood is supposed to be attached to the shirt, or like the top. They're not meant to be like separate entities. It's meant to be one whole thing. And I don't feel with the design the way it is that it looks that way. And that's mostly because it's like, they don't seam into each other properly, because they use different patterns, different shaping. There's a bit of a hard line between them, so it looks like it's a separate object. Again, that is my fault in the design stage. It's not anyone else's. That is 100% me. There are like other little quirks, like I like the jacket, but I feel like I've been... A lot of these are things like I tossed up on the design on and wasn't 100% sure of like which way I wanted it to go with it. There were lots of different ideas that I was like workshopping, and this was just the one that was picked for the reference material and sent in. So that's what I have. And some of it is like I changed my mind. Like, I know the popped collar looks cool, and I don't hate it or anything, but with the hood, it does restrict head movement. It was something that I didn't think about. It's like, if I tilt my head, there's like a limit on the angle that I can put in it. Part of that is rigging, part of that is like, you know, it requires like complex rigging to bend the collar when the hood leans into it. So there's a natural limit implied by that. If I had like a lower collar or a collar that doesn't get in the way of the hood bending, then I'd have like more angle to lean on. Because like, I will be completely honest, I can make my head look like it's snapped. It's like, this is full tilt. This is as far as it can go. My head is almost touching my shoulder. So it's like, I can bend my neck a lot further than the model can, and that's not anyone's fault. That's more me not thinking about the consequences of certain things. The other thing is that the design, I am leaning into the not just a jester, but I'm trying to lean into like the poltergeist aspect as well. So like, I don't think it would have shown through too well in the reference image, but people can see the tassels on the end of the hood. Yeah, I've got plans for them. Essentially, the plan is to make them electric sparks and have a looping animation. I will have to draw every frame of that animation, but that's the plan. So it's something a little more interesting. I also reduced the length, people may have noticed, of the jester tassel, the jester hood. So that means that they will be visible in frame more often, even when I'm like down low like this, or when I'm off to the side, or down here, they may just slightly be in frame. But like, I feel like coming to like the idea of like what my concept is and everything, I realized there's more I can do with the model. There's more interesting things, like, you know, idea. Brain. It's like I can do a lot of interesting things with my face. Like, there's opportunity for like more animations, but not necessarily set them to toggles. Because I watch a lot of random stuff, so like I do see the like things on rigging and different like chat interactions and stuff, and channel point stuff, and all those sorts of things. And I found out a program I have can be set to interact with VTube Studio, and you can make channel point redeems to play. To turn on and off certain toggles. You can set those sorts of things up. And realizing this, I'm like, I can set it up so that people can less spend channel points to play animations on my head. I know, that is weird, it is goofy, but people will use channel points, particularly when it's like just chatting. People don't like to use it during games, and I know why. People consider that it might be distracting. So like, if that's a great idea, yeah, I know. This is the craziness that I have. But it's like, you know, there are lots of different things that I thought of and realized I could do, and I want to do them. So it's just a matter of like, you know, working out the logistics of what sort of animations you can play through Live 2D, and how complex / how intensive the model would be to play. Because I know that like through VTube Studio you can get like assets and paste them on, and those can be controlled through that same system. But because of like the big head tilts, and anything that's pasted onto a model like has slight latency, not building it into the model itself for those animations will look weird if I move my head around too much. And I like to move my head around, as people may have noticed. My dear model cannot keep up with my movements. I'm silly. I think another problem is, and this is again a problem of not thinking things through too well. My head is very limited in movement, not just like the rotation on the neck, but like left and right rotation. And a lot of that is because I'm not missing. I don't have certain parts that I might have needed, like the hood can't rotate round with my face. Like I would need to have created like, I'm not sure if I need to create like extra cloth for it so that it could like turn with my head as I move. But, and this is one that's really just bugs me. Look up. There we go. It looks wrong. It bends. Like this is not an issue with the rigging. This is not an issue of the model. This is me not realizing the oversight. I don't have a chin, so my model, when it goes upwards, bends at the middle, and it shouldn't. Technically, if I had like done the animation and rigging stuff right, it should have the underbar appear as my head goes up. Again, this is lack of foresight for like issues that I should have thought about. So again, it's like my XY rotation, my like horizontal and vertical rotation of my head have a problem because there isn't enough, well, there isn't the like the necessary components in order to create those animations. The other one, and this one's a silly one, so people may notice my head has a horn on it. And it moves perfectly fine. Like there is nothing wrong with it physically. The problem is that it stretches the screen and it makes a lot of complications. It means that in order for it to be where it is, the hood has to be high, which then implies that there is a lot more like of the monitor above. So I realize that's an issue. So for the next model, if people didn't notice in the image that I put up of it, or the reference drawing that I put up earlier, the horn is now built into the screen. And that works because Poltergeist. It works. Trust me. Trust me, it works. Trust me. Yeah, so I am leaning into like more Poltergeist thing, and there are a few other things that I've been thinking about in terms of it that I would like to do that do add to that I'm not going to reveal at the moment because unlike the screen stuff, I'm not sure how well that's going to work because it will be a lot more puppeteering and a lot more complicated like toggles and stuff, which I'm not sure on how that'll work. I mean, to be fair, it's like I probably have more face toggle stuff than I need because there are like a few that I don't actually use now that I think on it, and this is part of the learning experience. There are definitely some toggles like facial expressions that I realize I'm not probably going to use, like, you know, shade. I will use that one. Blank I'm going to keep. I'm definitely going to keep, but it, or at least I want to keep it, but there are like a few issues with it that I didn't think about. and hadn't realized. So like it needs basically I need to like do better reference material. I'm not sure. It is a very like different look to my regular eyes. Oh no, that is perfectly fine, mouse. The VOD will be there and everything, so you know, don't worry. I understand. It is very late for most people who would like join in. But thanks for dropping by. But yeah, it's like it's a very different eye shape and everything. And something whoops, I hit the mic. Something I've noticed is like, you know, changing face shape, or at least like aspects of your face shape too much are a bit weird. Like I know people do like meme faces like the blow up 5 head or 4 head or whatever. And then you've got like various meme faces where you like remove the nose and pull the lip all the way up to like make the meme faces. And I get those, but they're like one-off things, you know? You don't use them all the time. They're like for like the little meme, a little memery. They're for things like brain, the thumbnails and stuff, and it's like you don't need them as toggles on the model. You don't need them to be like key things that you need to like be able to key through, but like there are a few expressions that I definitely think are very useful. Like the anger mark I use occasionally. Again, this one, it's like I like it, but it's too different, so I'm not sure if I'll keep it or not. It's definitely like, if I wanted to like rig an expression for a thumbnail or stuff, easy enough. I just remove my face feature assets, contort my model into what it is I want it, and then just paste the face over the top. Simple enough. But there are a few that I realize like I don't necessarily need them. I mostly got them because I thought they'd be useful. But it's like, you know, heart. Like this looks fine. It's a good expression. But I realize I hardly ever use it. Or I in the little while that I've had it, I've hardly ever used it. And I think on it, and it's like, do I really go like hard-eyed? Like, oh, I love and adore. Not really. I guess it's more like a flirty sort of thing, and I don't really do flirty. But then, like, you know, shock. Like, this is a perfectly usable expression. The eye jiggle is a little excessive. The confused. This one works. Again, I might need to do like a little more work on the design of it, but it works. And it's one that I've used occasionally. And then, you know, absolute rage. Like those ones they're definitely ones that I would use again. Question mark and exclamation mark. I think I can toggle them to alerts. Like, I know that the raid alert, like, that I can actually toggle things to with the thing that I was talking about that could handle channel points. You can handle it to stream events. So, like, raids and subs and things. So, like, putting this to it would work totally. You just set it up as an animation, you then put a timer on it and then undo it, and I can do it all through the application that I've got. And like that would remove a few of the things that I have. And I think that My brain is going faster than my mouth can. I definitely think that there are, like, things that I could do and animations and stuff that I could set up to go into alerts and channel points and that would give variety to my face, but it would also bring to the point of, like, I don't need as many, like, toggles as I have. And I don't know, I don't use them too often, mostly because, like, I don't have my hands free to use them. I'm overthinking it, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I could definitely, like, do with, like, maybe one or two things, like the blush. I could definitely just keep on hand, or, like, put it to and then, oh, what is it? People have a blush with a smile where it, like, gets heavier. So I don't know. I don't know. I definitely think, like, I need to rethink some of them. And others maybe weren't as good of an idea as I thought of in the first place. But that is future me's future problems. They're not current ones. Current ones are the fact that I'm overwhelmed with how much I need to get done. There is so much work to do. You know what? No more doom and gloom. No more woe is me, pity party. That is behind us. But honestly, I really just enjoy being a shithead. People have probably seen me in other people's chats. I tend to be a... I don't know. I wouldn't use the word troll or, like, you know, that sort of thing, because I'm not really, but I'm like, I am a shithead. I am a shithead. I will shit stir and do stupid stuff, and I love it. But I don't do it here. And I think part of the reason is, one, I'm not playing off someone. I'm not, like, playing off the situation and things. I am the situation. I have to play off myself. And that's it's a little difficult because I'm, like, filtering and I'm being subconsciously aware that I need to watch what I say. Because if I say the wrong thing, I'm going to get in trouble. And I know that if I step out of line and let trouble come my way, even if it's, like, just the possibility, it will hit me like a ton of bricks. But no, I am, like, a chaotic shithead. Like, you think this is how I am in real life? Well, you wouldn't be too wrong, because it's like, when I'm out, I'm being social, this is more what I'm like. But when I'm alone, when I'm with family, or when Helly's around, and Helly will attest to this, I know she will, I'm an absolute shit. I'm a little annoying shit. Oh my god. Like, just... I will take any opportunity to make a joke or a pun, even at the expense of context. Not context, mood or situation. I'm also a nervous laugher. So when I get nervous, I tend to chuckle more. Well, no, not chuckle more. I just tend to chuckle. I chuckle a lot. I'm a laugher. But I don't necessarily say good jokes or anything. I like dad jokes, so I say really bad puns and silly jokes. And I know that I got into this one other time. If you're not a dad, you're not allowed to say dad jokes, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. That is my sense of humor. It is warped. It is twisted. It is dad-fied. I don't know how to put it other than that. But yeah, it's like, I love dad jokes. I love puns. But I do have that part of me that is warped and twisted and a little sadistic. And you don't get that because I filter myself. What do you mean you don't believe me? I can be warped. I can be sadistic. I mean, hell, I play randomizers. Of course I can be sadistic. Ugh. No, that's automasochist, which is different. And no, not that... Yeah, I actually don't know on that one. I'm going to shut up. No, I'm not. I'm not going to shut up because I know that I won't shut up because now I've gone crazy. I've actually gone crazy now. Automasochism is the enjoyment of causing oneself harm or just... I guess like choosing to play randomizers is a form of harm since it's frustration, anguish, but I enjoy being frustrated and challenged in a certain way. Like, there are some things that are just like straight up, no, this is not fair, I'm not enjoying it. But it's like being thrown at a puzzle and trying to unlock it, that is fun. Even if it's frustrating, it's fun. But doing the same task over and over again and messing up because the game just won't let me do it, which is usually my fault, but yeah, that isn't fun. Oh boy. What else? Like, I don't know. I don't know how to express like my weird and twisted mind works without like trying to like draw upon the very recesses of my soul and regurgitating them, and that might not come across well. Do you want to know how long I've been referencing the poltergeist thing? I've been referencing it for a while. It may have been a little subtle because it wasn't obvious, but it's like, I would open streams like I usually do and still do on occasion with, I'm back. It's a freaking reference to the movie. It's a reference to the movie Poltergeist. That, you know the scene. You know the scene. It's one of the most referenced scenes in the movie, where the little girl goes to the TV that's giving off static, and she just goes, "They're here." Like, that's what it's referencing. I've been referencing it for so long, but because I changed up the line to back instead of here, even though I like copied the cadence, I feel like it's gone over a few people's heads. I like subtlety. God, Helly hates me sometimes. I will say puns and jokes from conversations, and she'll stare at me for a while, and then I have to point the joke out because it's gone over her head. Like, to be fair, it's usually when Helly's tired. Helly gets tired a lot, but it's mostly stress and overwork and that sort of stuff. So I won't blame her for like my absurd, I guess absurd is more or less the correct word. My absurd little jokes, puns, or whatever have you, and them going over her head. Like, it's fair. If you're tired, puns tend to go over your head. And I know people don't like puns, but I love them. People may notice that my head is all over the place. Yes, this is me moving my head. I don't know why I'm paying attention to it. Of course you're paying attention to it. You're watching yourself make all these motions and seeing them back. Shut up, you. That is probably one of the big problems. Like, I can't turn my head far enough to the side to, like, make it clear that I am talking to myself when I do that. I have made reference to the voices in my head, and I let them live there because I invited them. I invited voices into my head and they live there rent-free. Well, no, actually, if they're making jokes and content, is that really rent-free? Or are they paying with content? Am I overthinking it? Probably. Is it fun to overthink it? Yes. I overthink everything. I overthink everything. God, like, I overthink my own psychology. I am terrible. I keep seeing people do the autism test, and it's like, I contemplate it. I do contemplate it. I love doing psychology tests and those sorts of things. What the hell is it? What the hell is it? Brain. Come on, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Personality tests. That's it. I like doing them. Not particularly like, not the, which character are you sort of thing, but more just like the, you know, the insane machinations of, like, what's your personality breakdown? And, like, I know a lot of those tests have limitations, and if you're aware of what the test is looking for, you can manipulate the answers. But they're still fun. Or at least I think they are. But, you know, I am the warped person who tries to understand my own mind, realizing that I can only see myself from a certain reference point, and therefore my skewed reference point and what I'm hoping to find creates a bias that leads into this infinite spiraling nonsense of me realizing nothing and coming to the conclusion that there is nothing but an empty shell of a man standing there, staring back soullessly into the mirror. And there is nothing behind those glazed eyes. Yes, I do that. Well, not with the mirror, usually. I am a mad person, and I love it in here. Tries to rattle head, realizing that there aren't enough stones in the world to make it noise. But yeah, I am a terrible person to be locked in a room by myself. I don't know. Would I go mad if I was... A lot of people would say, like, you know, I'm great company. I wouldn't mind being around a bunch of versions of me, like clones and stuff. And they don't realize that there are all those little idiosyncrasies and things that we hate about ourselves that would mean that we would not get along. And people who have, like, egos, like big egos who feel that they have to be the center of attention, God, they would not last. But me, I am pretty sure that I could get along with clones of myself perfectly fine. Because I have not an inferiority complex, but I have no sense of self-worth, I guess. Like, I have a low self-esteem. So I wouldn't be threatened by a copy of myself because I know all their mental issues as well. Or more like, I know that I beat myself up so bad and that I don't like to, like, make other people upset, particularly, or, like, I don't like to irritate people, that I'm pretty sure that a bunch of me's locked in a room would be perfectly fine. Though I'm not sure about anyone else. God, there was that thing from Hero Academia where the guy went crazy because he didn't remember who the original was. But, like, who cares about being the original? Like, yes, in that case, the clones would disappear and only the original could survive, but, like, I know this is a point for people that, like, get really scared, but it's like, what if I'm the copy? What if I get left behind? What happens to the original? Who cares? If the copy lives on and has a happy life, good for them. Because that means one version of me gets to be happy. I don't care if I'm not that version. But then, you know, you're getting into multiverse theory and like, there are multiple versions of you out there based on the subtle differences of choices of you and everyone around you and microscopic variations of quarks and things. So there are infinite numbers of you out there, some so subtly different that you would not be able to tell, and some so wildly different that you would hardly recognize them as the same person. I wrap my head around a lot of complex things. Like, yes, multiverse stuff is like a playground for me, I guess. Like, when you get down to it, it's like, you know, the quarks, things that spin left or spin right. And you cannot tell what way they spin without trying to observe them, but the process of observing them causes them to do the opposite. It's like multiverse and... what is it? Who was the one who put the cat in the box? Schrödinger. It's all Schrödinger's paradox sort of nonsense. Where it's like, you know, because both things can be true, they're both true and false at the same time. And when you get into multiverse stuff, it's like, well, one universe, one is true, and the other universe, the other is true. And if you take that logic to its ultimate conclusion, it means that any possibility that could happen, even if it is minute, almost improbable, means that there is a multiverse, there is a universe that exists based on that being true. And then you have to run that logic backwards, because it's not just this instant, but it's every instance after and every instance before. Which means that there is not an infinite number of universes, but an infinite to the power of infinity, since every instance has, well, not an infinite number of possible universes per se, but it's an ever-expanding number of possible universes from the single base moment of the beginning of our universe. And that's only when you're getting into that sort of multiverse theory. Like if you are looking at multiverses as in where the laws of nature are different, where like, oh, gravity is different. Gravity works differently. Well, then that's a whole different universe. And then it's like ones where like different laws in nature, like the very fabric of what our reality is built on, are different. It's like, you can do the same logic there, where gravity is like 1% weaker overall in another universe. That's a possible universe. One where it's 1% heavier, one where it's 2%, 3%. And it just goes on. And then you have combinations where like, oh, the speed of light is slightly faster, but gravity is slightly weaker. Well, those are two separate multiverses, but there's also one where they're both happening at the same time. So it's technically three. And so you see how ridiculous it gets. And that's not even getting into like, you know, the universes where you don't exist, where choices made by other people outside of you mean that your existence didn't happen. And it just gets wilder and wilder, which is why whenever someone does it in fiction and just uses it as a loose writing motif, it's so bad. Like, I will get to the point, that's the complaint. Multiverse of Madness is a bad example of multiverse theory. It is literally built upon the idea of, what if, and then nothing else. Because it doesn't play any base rules. We don't know if this is timeline variations, or if it is rule variations, because it seems to play fast and loose with both. But if you take into account the lore that happened in Loki, there shouldn't be alternate timelines based on alternate choices because of, well, what happens in Loki, but that's not important. The point is that it's lazy. It's lazy writing for the sake of, look at this alternative way that your life could have gone. It's lazy. And it opens the door to so many things, but you don't use it well. I mean, to be fair, like, everything after Endgame has been kind of bleh. But, you know, that's opinion, not fact. I have no water. I'm gonna get more water. I'll be back in a second. Hang on. I think this kind of harkens back to, like, my idea on emotes. It's like, there's infinite possibilities for what you could do with an emote, and yet so often you see people doing the same, like, their own variants of the same base, where it's, I guess this is more common, like, when you look at, like, examples, like, you know, type in emote, like, a megalol, and you see the same emote design over and over again. It's the same one. You look at a rage emote and it's always, you know, the same. And part of that is, you know, consistency. If you see one person do it one way, you're like, oh yeah, it makes sense to do it the same way because it's shorthand. It makes sense. But there's a lot of, like, ways you could do stuff. Like, I'm trying to think of an example from my own emote library. Like, the lol isn't really a good example. Kappa isn't a good example because they're, you know, basic ones. But what's an emote? What's an emote that I can use as an example? Panic? Cozy? Not really. I don't know. I don't really have one on hand, but my point is still, like, you know, you want to make your emote, this is my philosophy anyway, my opinion. You want to make emotes unique in not just, you know, oh, it expresses a particular idea or feeling. You want to make it so that they're visually distinct from each other. Like, I don't want to use someone else's emotes as an example, because that is in bad taste, really. But, like, if the difference between you're happy and sad is that one has a smile and one has tears on it, and they're not, like, in a different pose, well, then they're going to look the same. Because remember... give me 1 second. That's the size of the emote. That's all anyone's gonna see. It's tiny, little. It's in chat, but it's tiny. So it doesn't matter how intricate the design is. Sorry, I'm trying to grab the emote that I just put on so that you can see the bigger version because I need it for context. Because it doesn't matter, like, you know, how it looks when you do it up big. Like, yes, it is visually distinct and everything. But if you don't make it distinct at a large size and realize that it needs to work when it's small like that, whoops, then how are you going to tell what it looks like? And then you get smaller and smaller and smaller. It's like, can you tell what that is meant to represent as an emote when it is that small? If the answer is no, well then the design is too complicated and you've used too much. But I guess, like, for most people, like, emotes don't get that small. They're probably like, you know, yay big. I think that's slightly bigger than what they are in the chat by default. But, like, yeah, probably that big. I know they appear a little smaller on my chat on the side there. That's because I've made the text that small, that the emotes are small. But, like, they need to be able to work at that size. So, overcomplicated design, too many of the same color, you're going to run into problems. That is, again, why I said earlier that I used green instead of red with the art emote. But they also need to be able to, like, work at a larger size too. Because that's important as well. I will say a couple of, like, issues that I have with the gremlin. One, eyes. I know that the eyes are cute and I like them that way, but it is very hard to do some expressions with it because it doesn't have pupils. So there are, like, you can't have it looking like its face one way, but looking the other like this. It's very hard to do that. I mean, I did do it, but it's not easy. I know what I mean. It's like there are various things that you can't do easily. There are limitations. But it is fun. Also, these little buggers are the bane of my existence sometimes. Like, seriously, I had to spend so many times trying to get the hands right, getting the arms right, like actually having to put arms on the damn thing. I think one of the, like, least known, like, aspects of these guys, because it's not used very often in the emotes or in any art that I reference. I'll see if I can find an example. I'm not sure if there is one. Nope. Wait, doesn't? No, Raid doesn't either. Ow. Ooh, heart. The heart emote has it. God dang it, there it is. You see that on its back? The damn thing has a wind-up key. It is the least used part of the gremlin because most of the time they're standing in an angle that you can't see it. But they have a wind-up key in their back. It's been a part of their design since forever ago. But usually, they're not standing far at an angle, enough of an angle for it to be visible, and so it is like one of the least seen parts of them. That, and I try and, like, keep their feet out of frame a lot of the time, because I hate drawing feet, and honestly, I think with very few exceptions, you want to have as much of the body in the frame and make sure that they're large. Because again, and they need to work when they're like this size. So, like, having the full body in there is not going to work. I do like making these little emotes though. They're fun. They're so much fun. Because you get to think of like, oh, what can I do in order to try and express this? Like, yes, I have to look at examples and things, but there are so many different ways to like express a single emotion. Like, I know I want to do like a sad. The easy way to do sad is, oh, just do a frowny face and put tears on them. But I want to do more. Actually, I swear I had a sketch of it in the file. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it. Because I did have an example. This one is specifically sad. Where was... Huh, I don't have it. Maybe it's in this one. Hang on. There we are. Hang on, I'm going to switch back again. But I'm in the road. There! Rain! It's something just so simple, but it adds to the overall feel of it. The problem is, of course, those raindrops need to be big enough that they can be seen when it is small. So yeah, I think the way to do that is to make sure that there's enough of them that you can see like a color variation between the backing of it. I think the other thing will... excuse me. You're in the road. The other thing with it, of course, is like, you know, doing the outlining and stuff, like how I did with art, having a white outline on those. But that being said, you know, it's all a matter of, you know, thinking about how you can add to it, being more than just like, oh, happy. I don't know. I feel like it's not so much other emotes from creators, but more like those basic examples that you find when you search like, oh, Twitch emotes. It's filled with those free friggin' prefab garbage. Like, there are so many of them. So many, like, badly designed. I mean, to be fair, it's like there are some that are designed badly on purpose, which circle round to being genius because of the gag. Like, I know this one's probably the better version of Kappa that I made. Give me, like, 1 second. I think it was a version 1? No, it's a version 2. It should be the right... It's staring me in the face, isn't it? I just can't see it. Why can't I see it? Huh? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It was an old Kappa remote where it was just the grayed out Kappa. No, I should have it somewhere. Is it here? There it is. There's the bugger. I'm cringing. There he is. I don't have a saved separate image of him. That is the old Kappa. And to be fair, like, this is a good design as far as like idea goes, because it's taking the color of the eyes, it's adding the extra details that the other Kappa remotes, that the other remotes have, and adding it to it, and it just looks so goofy. I like it because of that, but because I've just changed the design. Wait. Wait. Oh, yeah. I've had a bad idea. I've had a bad idea. Where is he? Should be there. So this is the current one. And we just saw the old one. You see the issue with this one. It's very bland. It is flat. It is bland. And this is so much better of a design. I just realized. I pulled it on screen earlier, so I'll bring him up again. You remember this? How I said, you know, the Yoshi? How that looks? I could do that with the Kappa remote, I've just realized. Instead of, you know, the Yoshi head and thing, do the hair. Just do the hair. Paste the ears on it. And have, like, that expression copied on the face, on the display plate, and do it that way. It is so silly, but it is perfect at the same time. That is such a better design. It's better because it's not like this full box block, but it also like incorporates like the hairstyle. I'd have to make it cursed though. I have to make it cursed. Hang on. We've got ideas. Ideas are good. Ideas are bad. Hang on. Oh, that looks so cursed. Just those eyes staring at you. That is so cursed. Beautifully cursed. Okay, so that's what I need. So we're going to go here, we're going to go here, going to go scroll down. Let's put Yoshi out of the road. Yes. This layout, paste. And then we're going to drag them all the way up. I'm just going to set blank keyframe there. Keyframe there. Okay. So we don't need body. We just want a circle for the moment. We're going to create a nice big circle. We're going to put it over here like this. Might make it a little smaller just so that we can perfect. Okay, so we get the red for the faceplate. And now we just need to hide that. I need to take that layer actually up to the top one. Wait, that's not what I meant to do. I wanted to insert keyframe. We then turn this into a mask layer. Grab you, go up one more, go back, get back there. And then what we want to do is we want to unlock this layer, and I'm going to create a mask. Easiest way to do that would be to outline the thing. know why this started happening, but it's brilliantly cursed. Oh, I'm on the locked layer. Wrong layer. Okay, so we want to right here. That. We'll work out exactly where to cut it out later. Right now, I'm just going to do like a basic outline. This is so fucking cursed. I did not think I can improve on imperfection. I have proved myself wrong. Oh god. Actually, what does it matter? I don't need to be exact. Just make sure that I get all his hair in. Back there. Fill. It's not a closed circuit. Dang it. Where's the break? There it is. Okay, and now we turn the mask on. And now we unhide that line. Yep, I thought I erased that part. Ta-da! Wait, where are you? Oh. There. It's so dumb. Oh, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. I love it. Okay. Okay, so we need to clean it up a little bit. Make sure I lock that. So what I need to do is like clean up the hairline area a bit so I don't have too much of the grey head in. I need to make it smaller. Nah, small still. And yes, I am looking over at the this does not deserve to be called art. Why? Uh, I need to hide him for a sec. Oh shit! I thought I'd locked the layer. I locked the wrong one. Damn it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can work with that. And then the paintbrush back again. Paintbrush. Yeah. Where is it? Where is my mouse? God, I couldn't see it. It's tiny, tiny thing. Yeah, I need to go over the line, okay. If it's behind the line, it won't work. It needs to be over it. Or else, like, it doesn't, like, transition right. This is so stupid. I'm just trying to, straighten up some of the lines. Some beautiful scuff. Okay, let's look at how we're going. Awesome, awesome. So we need to make a faceplate, and I need to be above him. Let's hang for a sec. Oh yeah, we've got plenty of room to make it bigger. Like, that's probably the ideal size. Now we just need where the head is. Yeah, we're gonna have to transplant the head a little bit. I figured that might happen. No. Mm, mm, it's not working as well as I'd hoped. Mm, like, it wasn't a bad idea, but it's just not... It's not coming together right. Okay, let's try a different approach. Let's try a completely different approach. Okay, we'll go back to the head, and we'll delete that layer. We'll delete that layer. Move this one down to the bottom again. And then we'll delete that. Okay. Okay, so we've now got just the head again. So I put it through just above the nose. So let's go to the right one. Okay, so let's try this. Grab a circle. We actually do want the fill because I want to... Convert to a symbol. No, wait, I don't want to do that just yet. Okay, and then we alpha it. And we'll go until we get a nice blue hue. There we are. Sorry. And please stop playing with that layer. Okay, that's... I'm not sure. It's not actually... Dang it. It's not lined up correctly with the bottom jaw there. I think I'm just going to have to work with that gap in it as is. Okay. So next we want to do that fill thing that I'd done on the other one. We can smooth out the edges later. I can't help it. This is making me giggle. Oh, oh dear. Okay, so then we need to grab the circle. We're going to copy that, like paste it down here. We'll hide those two layers for a sec. Then I want to go down like that, and then up to the ear corner. Then we're going to grab the lower plate color. We're going to do that. We're going to then cut that out from inside the circle. I'm going to get rid of the line. We're then going to grab that and go smooth it. That didn't work at all. We put a faceplate back in. And I guess we just go around the edge and smooth that way. Give him a clean shave. Yeah, got that. And just pull that gap in there. And then we're going to convert that to a symbol. And we're going to alpha that as well. But I might turn the alpha up further just so that it is more solid. Put some keyframes in. Go back here. And we'll go black. And I'm going to detail the ear a little bit more. I don't know. I don't know. There's something disturbing about it. Oh, what did I do in the original with the lips? I did something. No, I didn't. I just did the eyes. Okay. That is probably a... So fucking cursed. Oh, it's too cursed. It's too powerful. Okay, if I up the blue a little bit, and then similar to what I did with the ear, if I go down to that layer, grab the black again, and I go over the features with it. Dang it, I screwed that part up. The lips are too much. Actually, no, I can just select the whole friggin' thing with the lips. Don't forget to lock the faceplate. Oh my god. I can't do proper, like, proper line work like I've done with the other ones. Okay, I need to unlock everything just so that I can pick, drag, and grab. I need to center him a little differently. So let's get the face into the center. And we'll then drag him down a little bit. We can probably make him bigger, actually, because I don't want to do legs or arms on it, because it's just going to look weird if I do that. Well, I will... Wait a sec. I need to specifically do the antenna before I get too far on that. So from here, have it come just randomly out of the messy hair like so. Okay, and then use the eraser to clean it up. That actually worked a lot better than I thought it would. I might actually change the angle of it a little bit. Hang on. Okay, now we just grab the whole thing. Get him in between the green lines. Maybe if I rotate it a little bit. Because that gives me more room to, like, work with. And then, like so. What is that there? Like, I keep seeing that little speck. What is that? Oh my god, it's a couple of pixels. Edit. And it brings up Photoshop. Of course it does. Give me a second. I need to edit this on Photoshop. There's just a friggin' pixels. There they are. There they go. It looks so weird. Okay, what other what else? No, that was it. That was all I did to it. Wow. I thought I'd done the key. I showed the key. But then I was more liberal in showing the key with that one. Heart had the key on it, didn't it? Yeah. But there's too many layers here. I need to, like, remove some. Hide the sketch layer. Okay. And I just want to copy them real quick. And we'll move everything up one layer. Get back. Sorry, I want to lock that layer for a sec. Of course, paste in the middle. They always paste in the middle. No, I'm going to need to make it from scratch. Okay. We'll do this. We're going to make a wind-up key. We need to make it properly. We need that line, that line, that line. Then we get rid of the invisible lines that can't be seen. And then we fill in the rest of it. And then grab the object, drag it in behind, shrink it until it's its right length, right height, angle it. Well, the head's angled slight. No, that's fine. And then, like so. Such a tiny, stupid detail. I don't know. I'd have to see the final thing to see how it looks. Okay, give me a sec. I'm going to need to export this damn thing after doing the line work, after doing some extra line work. So give me a sec. I'm going to have to export it in 2 parts because that key's going to... Split that. And then we do a reverse where we only have that one. -2. And then I need to bring Photoshop up again. Sorry you guys don't get to see this part. It's kind of hard. No, I need to... Sorry. And then duplicate that layer. Yes. Click, blend. Okay, so I've done that, and then I merge those layers together, and then I duplicate that one. Yes. And then we do blend. We need to do another stroke. This one is 9 with black. And then we're going to do the one that's on top. And do the same, give it a stroke. That one's 6, and that one's white. And he's too big. Save as PNG. Kappa version 3. No compression. And there we are. Sorry for all the fiddling around. Okay, so that is so silly. Okay, so chat size, he is about that big. Oh yeah, you can tell that's meant to be a kappa. It does look silly, and it is a little on the cursed side. I don't know. I'll leave that up to Discord to decide which they like better. But that is funny. I might do that now. Oh. This was just unintended chaos. That was wrong place to press that button. There we go. That's an easy way to tell which one. I'll give them a little while, Discord to decide, but yeah, I'm going to leave it as they can have the old one, or they can have the new one. Honestly, it's actually turned out quite well. I didn't do any shading on it, so it's a bit flat looking, but honestly, I don't think it needs it. It definitely looks better than the old one. I will say that. And it is just as cursed. Sometimes you just have bad ideas that work out. Oh, God. Oh. Please don't blame me. I was intending to end like 4 hours ago when the... I was intending to end 4 hours ago. We went to just chatting. I was just minding my own business, talking about random shit. And then that idea popped into my head. Ah! Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. What is... Actually, I'm gonna check notes real quick. Kappa is one of the follower emotes. Okay. So yeah, I'll leave them to vote on that, which version they like better. Yeah, don't care about that. Yep. Yeah, so I will leave that to Discord. And I'll give it a couple of days. Hey, Haley. I made a new emote. It's cursed. Though I don't know if it'll be, like, the proper one. Basically, I literally just made this. I told you it was cursed. So I'm letting Discord decide whether we use this one as a replacement or whether we keep using this one. Honestly, I like the new one. I like it better. It is just as cursed. If it's just... It is cursed. And it's just more interesting than that one. So yeah, I've put it as a poll on Discord just now. Whether we go with the new one or the old one. I'll give it a little while because, well, I didn't put a ping on it. I probably should have pinged. Never mind. I'll bring it up other times. But yeah, it's just the right amount of cursed. Yeah, that was the only actual emote I got done. I mean, to be fair, like, we spent most of our time just chatting. So I did like 4 hours of chatting about random nonsense, learning about whether I could play Parasite Eve or not, whether my PS3 can play PlayStation 2 games, which it can't, but it can play PS1, which Parasite Eve is, but it can't play it because it's still region locked for PS1 games. So yeah, that was a whole conversation, then just random other shit. But yeah, that surmises the last 4 hours in a bit of a nutshell. That and me just going on about, you know, why I don't have donations set up. Oh no. My PS2 works. It works. The problem is Parasite Eve is NTSC. There's no PAL version. So it needs to be a region free. And the PS2 is region locked. All PS2s are. Some are backwards compatible, but all of them are region locked. So yeah, I can't play Parasite Eve unless I get around the region locking issue. One way or another. But yeah, that was all that one was. I can play PS2 games, so long as they're PAL. I can play PS1 games, so long as they're PAL. I can play PS3 and PS4 games, but they're not region locked, so it doesn't matter. The problem is, like, old games are region locked. But yeah. I think that covers... Yeah. The only other art stuff we did was, like, I started working on Paper. I mean, like, Paper, which is a reference to Paper Mario, Paper Remote. And, like, I talked on my plans of, like, a few other remotes, and the history of some emotes, and, like, the design of them. But that was about it. It was warm. It was warm today. I really didn't expect to go this long, though. 2-hour stream of just doing art casually turns into a 6-hour stream of me muttering about absolute nonsense, talking about random different things, and then that. I mean, to be fair, it is beautiful. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. It is cursed. It is just purely cursed. But I like it because it's cursed. Ow! Deserved. Very much deserved. Yeah. Oh, people may have noticed I made some of the objects smaller, mostly because like they were a bit too big for when far away. They stay relative to like the size of the what was it? Size relative to the shooting area, and because the area's like tied to me, means when I'm up close like this, they're nice and big. But when I'm off in the corner, like over here, well, they're not as big. Also, yes, I'm leaning all the way to get from behind him. I'm not hiding on deliberate, but I just put him in the corner there, okay? I'm impressed with how, like, beautifully cursed the Kappa is. He does have, like, a very, like, wonky outline, which I will admit is a bit odd, but there's not too much I can do about that. I've done the lines wrong. No, I have. Have I? I think I've done the lines the wrong way round. I think I've done the black on the outside and white on the inside. Usually I do white on the outside and black on the inside. I may need to fix that up later. Oh well, it doesn't matter. The design stays the same way, it's just the outlining on it. Yeah, I have messed up. Ben has its black line on the inside at 3 and has a 9 for the white on the outside. I've done that the wrong way around. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. I can fix that up later. I mean, it's like a really quick fix anyway, but that's not important right now. What's important is I should be ending stream, because I'm meant to be streaming tomorrow. Well, I plan to stream tomorrow. There's no meant to be. Everything is possibility and probability. There is no guarantee. You will just have to accept that things may or may not happen for no particular reason. I have too much fun with this model. Oh dear. Oh, do you want me to get, like, really cursed? I mean, like, really cursed. I mean, like, really cursed. Like, really cursed. Oh. I mean, I need to work out the teeth for the next one. Oh yeah, I showed off the 2.0 that, or at least its current state. I need to work out the teeth and fangs better for that one, because the way they work now are like fine, but well, like, hang on, I think they're too many. And maybe a little too sharp. Particularly with how the fangs work. Honestly, I think my mouth has a lot of problems. It's too rigid? I don't know. I need to like plan out the mouth forms a bit better next time round, because that was something I didn't plan out well. So yeah, that's something for next time. This is me making reference material again. Nobody else's fault but mine. I feel like I just need to give that context because, like, honestly, the artist and rigger did a really good job. I know I keep, like, referring to them as that artist and rigger instead of their names. Please forgive me. I have a tendency to avoid names if I can. I've said it before, and it keeps happening. I do it. I know I do it, but I can't help it. Well, I can, but it's probably better that I don't. So yeah, I think the plan is just to end. I'm not going to raid anyone. That was the plan originally. But it's been fun. It's been fun. Speaking of raids, yeah, I did look at my Twitch roundup for the year. And yeah, bit odd. But, you know, nothing out of the ordinary. God, I wish I could, like, show Rune, but Rune's not in the Discord, and he's probably busy at the moment. I'm tempted to DM him about it, but that's not relevant at the moment. That's me thinking random thoughts and saying them out loud. I am just off my rocker now. I've woken up. I've completely woken up and just gone crazy. I'm crazy. I'm completely and utterly sane and just making up words. No.
Nut.
Damn it. I had a stupid... I had a stupid thought. Oh, stupid but brilliant. I don't know if it's doable though, but I'm gonna say it anyway. You know how my face tracking works and everything? It takes a camera feed and everything. It'd be so funny to have it animate on a slower frame rate. So you know how most video feed does it on like 30 frames per second normally? So like that's probably what people are viewing this at. 30 frames per second. Imagine if my face moved at 15 frames per second. Or 8 frames per second. Not my model. Not the full model. But my face. So it had like a delay. So it has that like choppy animation of like old games and stuff. It's like animating on 4s or something. I don't know how you could do that. I don't even know if that would be feasible to do because you'd have to like cut the frames out of the animation because it's not actual 8 frames of animation, it's tweening. So I don't know how you do that. I don't know if it's possible, but it's a hilarious idea and it would add to it, but I don't know if that's doable. I think it's just funny. Honestly, I think the other thing is, like, if I had, like, a camera, a phone camera, as opposed to, like, the camera that I have, it might be better, because, like, there are certain, like, tracking that I can't do with a webcam as opposed to a phone camera. Like, no tongue. Like, sticking tongue out and that sort of thing. But honestly, I think the webcam is fine. I spent enough on the webcam anyway. And it's like, I'm not going to use a phone for anything else. So like, it seems like a dumb purchase to buy a phone that I'm not going to use for anything other than the camera. So yeah, I'm not going to do that. So it's like, you'll never get the tongue stick out unless I have it as a toggle. And there is no reason for me to do it. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, no, it needs to be an iPhone. Because iPhone has, like, built-in tracking parameters. Whereas, my phone is an Android. So it doesn't have those features. It's a very old Android as well. Well, not very old, but, you know, it's old. Yeah, am I stalling? Is this stalling? It feels like it's stalling, but really I am talking about, like, interesting stuff, I guess. I don't know. Depends on your perspective. But I do need to finish up, because I should think about eating. I haven't eaten anything since lunch. I haven't eaten anything before that because I was up late. Well, I got up late. What? I had a proper lunch. And it's only like 10:30. I will. I plan to. I was just more talking on the point that, like, I should finish up so I can do that, but I've been talking about absolute nonsense again. Oh, and I know the monthly sub thing. I'm checking that my eyes are actually dialing up because I can't see when they look up. But yeah, I know the monthly sub thing is like, it doesn't go very high, and that's okay. But if anyone's wondering what the target of 20 is, it's just so that there's payout. It doesn't mean that I need the 20 each month, or that I need 20 subs to get a payout. It's just, it shows whether I get a payout or not. Because if you get 20, I will have earned enough from subs to get paid from Twitch. That's all the 20 means. It is an arbitrary number to set as a target. So nobody needs to worry about it. On other news, yeah, I don't really have any other news. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just talking because it's fun, because I'm having fun. It's good to have fun.
Get a load of this! These are for you, my friend!
Will we? Will we? I had to go move the capper out of the road because of that. I know. Actually, why is it? I forget that the sub counter is always like a little delayed. Sorry, did I say little? I mean very. Holy. Actually, you know, I'm going to put Kappa away for now. Hey, Dundee. Actually, I'm going to play the other alerts because you guys haven't seen them. So let me get up the program that runs them so that I can actually, like, play them. I was planning to finish up, and again, I'm delaying myself more. No mind me. No mind me. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so we're going to the dashboard. Tools, overlays, alert. Nice. Okay, so we've seen sub-alert and we've seen the follower because that's gone off a couple of times. I do want to show off the other variations. So, variation settings. So, let's see. We've seen gift. I think we've seen the normal subscription one as well. Hang on, I'll play it. Anyway.
Get a load of this!
Yeah, that's what the test one does, and I'm hearing double. Because, of course, I'm hearing double. You guys won't be. So that's that one. I believe the 1 and 5 have been seen, but I'll show them anyway.
Get a load of this! These are for you, my friend!
Ah. I don't know if people have seen the 5.
Get a load of this! These are for you, my friend!
Yes, it has the same audio as the 1. The audio is only different for 10 and 20 have a different bit of audio, and 40 and 80, which is what the other ones are set to, have different audio again. So I can play the audio for the other 2, but I don't have, like, the animation, so they'll just play, like, the 5. So this is the audio for 10 and 20.
Get a load of this! These are for you, my friend!
It doesn't have different audio. Wait, so... what audio... I swear there was different audio. Okay, it's 40 and 80 that have different audio. 10 and 20 still the same one. It's 40 plus where the audio changes.
No way! I can't believe this!
Again, I don't have the animations done, so they're not active. But yeah, that is the, that is just the sub-alerts. The only other alerts that probably haven't been seen are, like, the bit alerts. I have shown the animations for them. They've all got the same audio. I'll play the 10 one. But people have seen these ones before. Because then... that broke.
My name is Bill.
That's weird. Why was there a delay on the animation? Ow! Helly, why? Yeah, that's the other part that I hadn't been telling people. All the bit alerts throw bolts. And it's a 1-to-1. Okay, so that worked. I don't know why 10 was delayed. But yeah, there was a unique animation for each one for the following. 1. Consider it a plus, so anything between... Ow! I deserve this. I really do deserve. Why? It's more scrap. And you'll see now that they adjust to size. So when it's further back, it's less. Also, yes, the throwing stuff is also 1-to-1. So, more scrap, it literally throws 1,000 things. I set it up this way and it's my own fault. But yes, it'll throw 1,000 random items. And the throw scrap just throws 100. Nut throws, of course, the one nut, and the nut bomb... God damn it. The nut bomb throws 500 of just nuts. I don't have a sound set to the nut bomb, but I mean whatever. The bits. So there's one at 1, one for 10, one for 100, one for 1,000, one for 5,000, one for 10,000, one for 25,000, one for 50,000, one for 75,000. And one for 100,000, which are all the different levels of, like, the different colors normally. So each one has a separate animation for it, which is based loosely on one of the attack animations from Pokemon. I say loosely. It's just what it's called because, well, I will give the example. Because it doesn't cost me channel points to do my own alerts, or my own things. Here. You can see why it's... You can see why it's called a bomb. Because it's all of them at once. God damn it. The nut's stuck. There we go. Yeah, that's why it's called a bomb. Because it's a bomb. If I'm off to the side... If I'm off to the side like this, where, like, I'm off... Like, this will be a good example. If I do the bomb again, they will all come from one side. Ow! And my model messes up a bit. But yeah. So yeah, that's 500 nuts all at once. Thrown at once. That's the thing that makes it different from, say, scrap. When you throw scrap or the bolts from bits, they're thrown one at a time. It does. The nuts are all thrown at once. So there's no delay between each one being thrown. So that's why it's a bomb. Because they all come at once. If I'm off to the left, like they'll all come from the right and vice versa. I realized I was leaning to the right and said left. That that wasn't a trick of like, oh, I'm leaning one way and my model's leaning the other. No, I'm leaning right and I say left. God dang it. So yeah, with that, I think everyone's seen all the alerts except for the donation alert. No, you guys saw the original ones for that. I think the only... It has been changed because I fused them into one animation. But yeah, you guys may not have seen that one. And there is an audio clip unique to that one that I haven't shown off, but I'm not going to show it off. You can wait until there's the ability to do that. I'm not letting people donate because I don't feel like it's fair to go, oh, please donate to me. No, you don't get that privilege yet. I call it a privilege. Oh. Look, never mind that. Oh, wait. Dundee didn't get to see it. I did open your cap up. It's cursed. Also, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It is so weird. Yeah, it's not active yet because I don't know whether people would prefer this one or the old one. So I put it as a vote on Discord. But yeah, I like him. He is cursed. Wonderfully cursed. I'm going to put him away now. So yeah, I am leaning towards replacing him. Or replacing the old one with him. What? What? Why would I need a familiar? I'm not... I am unfamiliar with why you think I'm British. I am not British. You know what? Never mind. Heck, wouldn't I... You know what? No. You're not getting that out of me. No. Why do I need familiars anyway? I've got an No, you're not getting that out of me. You're not getting me to make law nonsense. You're not going to get me to do it, and I am not daring you to either. But I got the gremlins, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I've also got plenty of other robots, like, what, I've got 13 designs that I need to... Not 13 designs, I've got 13 robots. Blueprints. Blueprints? I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for. I know what I mean. Essentially, there are 13 different, like, unit types. Model types? Model types. There are 13 model types. There's the gremlin, which you've seen. You've seen, you know, you love him. He's the thing that are some of the emotes. I'm not trying to be Skynet. God, do you know how much trouble it would be to try and take over humanity? No. It's just a workforce. I wasn't supposed to say that part. So yeah, I've got the gremlins. I've shown early designs of goblins. It's not like, oh, overthrow humanity, da da da. No, it's keeping everything in line afterwards. Like, seriously. It's so much trouble, I can't be bothered. But yeah, it's like, we've got the gremlins, we've got goblins, which I think have been seen a couple of times. I don't know. I feel like I've shown off most of them, at least in some capacity. Hang on, let me find the list. I gave them numbers and everything. Hang on. Where the freak did I put that? Here it is. So I'm just going to go over the named ones. Yeah. So we've got Gremlin, Goblin, Bugbear, Hobgoblin, Boggle, Imp, Troll, Silky. That was right, because I couldn't use... Right. Then Redcap, and then the ones that aren't numbered quite yet are Knuckler, Ogre, and Kobold. So that's 1 to 13. Yes, I went to the damn trouble of trying to find, like, goblinoids with different names and everything. It was a pain in the neck. Although some of them, it's like I've had the names on the back burner and just needed, like, something to go with them. So, like, Helly saw it because I know she liked it. The last machine that I had drew a sketch up because it was, like, nearing completion, that's the red cap. The hard hat is meant to be red. That's how it ended up with that designation. I have lore reasons for most of them as well. I am terrible. Or brilliant. Whichever you like. But yeah, Model 1 is basically the gremlin here. Then you got Model 2, which is the Goblin, which is the little, like, rat thing. And then the Bugbear, and that makes up the core of it. So, gremlins are just, like, workers. I don't trust them with anything, though. They're dumb as bricks. That's why I have the red caps. The red caps are for using, like, complex machinery and stuff, because I don't trust these little buggers to operate something like a digger or a wrecking ball. Like, these things don't even know how to, like, put a puzzle together. Why am I doing lore stuff? I told you, I'm mad. I'm crazy. I've got 13 designs. Now, I don't think I should go into any of the other ones. Maybe I can do Bugbear. Bugbear's basically heavy lifting. That was the intention of it. It's literally just a big guy with big arms. Well, at least that was the original intent. Those arms tend to cannons. He is a big bear-like creature. I think people have seen art of him. So, yeah, he's big, bear-like, and he has 4 arms. Yes, 4. I realized that if I give him, like, the big, huge arms with the big hands, even if he's for heavy lifting, he can't, handle small equipment and stuff, so I needed to give him, like, another set of arms to fix that. So, yeah, he ended up with 6 limbs. So he's got a pair of, like, regular-sized hands to do more prodigious work. Oh. Yeah, that is the right word. And then he's got the big arms for heavy lifting. I am so stupid. Or genius. I don't know which. Yeah, let's go with that. All the more to hug you with. Imp's been the one I've been working on now after I finish getting Red Cap right. Because Imp, if this wasn't clear, all of them except for Gremlin here have an animal motif. So yeah, Bugbear, of course, has the bear. Goblin is a little rat thing. So yeah, all of them have animal motifs. It's kind of a restriction to kind of like just give me an idea to work with. Imp's a pain in the neck. Ow! The hell? Ow! That actually hurt really bad. God dang it. Ow. Imp's the problem at the moment because Imp's design, I have like the basics of it. It's getting it to work. So it's yep, recalibrating. Oh, actually I needed that. So its animal is the bin chicken. Well, for those who don't know, it's like an ibis or crane sort of thing. But yeah, we here call them bin chickens because they raid bins. That was the other thing. Most of the animals are associated with going through garbage. I'm stupid on a whole new level. But yeah, it's based on the ibis, so I've been giving it a beak. There are a few things that I'm like not 100% happy with it on it, but yeah, it's basically I turned the beak into like a gas mask to kind of what's it called? Brain. I know what I'm thinking of, and I can't think of the word. Damn it. Plague Doctor. Trash Panda? Oh. You mean Raccoon. Right? Yeah. That one's already used. That one's the troll. Which I think the design is finished on. I have shown a work in progress sketch of like all of them a while back. So yeah, the troll, which is what mods are referred to, is the raccoon. The ibis, freaking imp is based on the bin chicken. So I did like Plague Doctor mask with like the regular gas filter for the face, so it's got that. I've been doing like I don't know what you'd call it, like warlock or mage sort of thing with it. It hasn't been coming together too well. It's like I know what the design is meant to look like, but it's like getting it to work on paper is another thing. Basically, I gave it like 3 sets of hands. So it has 6. But they were detached, floating. Which, like, I like the idea of it, but they didn't work. And, like, the design of it was, like, not working. It was hard to keep track of the hands if I wasn't doing it right. So, I think I've got an idea now of what I want to do with it. And a body shape that's working. Or, like, I know what I mean when I say body shape. Like an overall silhouette that's working better. So it's just, you know, workshopping it a little more. Out of the 13, which ones have designs? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 needs reworking again. 5 has a design, but I need to update it, I think. 6, the Boggle. God damn, the Boggle's been a pain in the neck. It's a surveillance drone, essentially. It was supposed to be a crow, but it's been giving me problems. Because, like, I needed to work in certain ways, and it's just been problematic, because, like, you know, it needs to have a camera in its head, it needs to look like an actual crow, so I can't go too off-model of sorts, and, like, there was a joke of it spinning like a propeller instead of flapping its wings, and while that is funny, I feel like it impairs its movement too much, so I do have, like, an idea, but it's like the design needs a lot of reworking and back into the workshop. Imp, as I said, which is 7, is being reworked. Troll is done. Silky is done as well, funnily enough. So, of them, of the initial 10, I think that's 7 that have like a... actually, I'm not sure whether you count Bugbear in that or not. Bugbear needs reworking as well. So it's Bugbear, Boggle, Imp. Hobgoblin, so that's basically 3 to 7. So that's 4. So yeah, there were only 6. Bolga... What the devil is that? Hang on, I'm gonna need to actually look up what that is. I've never seen that one before in my searching. I think you might have spelt it wrong. Name of beverage, wine, fish song, Cernay. Yeah, that might be wrong. That's a French word for middle class. Oh yeah, that meme. Yeah, that was completely irrelevant of like the boggles. Nah, the boggles were just like, it was like convenient because like crows are something that just hang around junkyards, they move around. It made sense, but yes, it does unintentionally end up referencing the meme, but I think the meme usually refers to pigeons now. It's like I need to rework at least 6 designs, and there are 3 that don't have a design yet, or at least an actual finalized one. They're just like ones that I've got in the head floating around. I think there's a couple of other ones that don't have a name, but have like an initial design. But yeah, I'm trying not to go too overboard. Anywho, that is that madness, and yeah, I need to get off. Not that! Get off stream. God damn it. it was fun hanging out and just shooting the breeze. And it's like, I do enjoy doing that. I don't keep on topic. I circle around different things and just go back and forth and say almost absolutely nothing of importance. But it's fun. Oh god, people have already voted. Or started voting on it. Yeah, I get the feeling that people are going to prefer the new one. Well, either way, thanks for anyone who has been lurking. I know probably nobody stayed the whole time because I've gone for a ridiculous length, and I'm sure people have popped in and popped out. I will be back tomorrow. We'll be doing Quest 64, and that's all the plans that I will go over again. I talked about them earlier. Doesn't matter. They're mostly like, that's what I'll be doing. I plan to do Majora's Mask the following day. So that is Thursday for me, Wednesday for everybody else. And likely doing the rest of Pokemon Legends on the weekend. And yeah. Oh, I'll ask you later, Helly, about that. But yeah, I'm not raiding. I'm just going to end stream. That was the plan earlier. That's still the plan. Yeah. Honestly, it's been fun and just shooting the breeze about old emotes and things. But I will, like, try to do another art stream a bit earlier and maybe plan things out a little more instead of just going in blind. Suffer! Oh, for context, Helly brought her her monitor and stuff over here, so her mouse is here. I'm going to end stream. Again, thanks to those who have been here, for those who have lurked. And I'll see you tomorrow. Later, perusers.